morning at the 2025 X Override Kitzsteinhorn Zell See-Kaprun Freeride World Tour Challenger by Orage. For the 19th time in history, the best of the world are battling it out here on the Arage night this year at the second to last Freeride World Tour Challenger of the season. My name is Flo Orley and I'm super stoked to be here today with my co-commentator Elise Boeuf from France. Thanks so much for coming, Elise. What do you think about this day? It's bluebird, it's powder, it looks great.
Absolutely, Flo. I could not be more stoked to be here out in Kaprun with you. It is just incredible. It's been snowing, we've got fresh snow, we've got sun, and it is the fifth step of the Challengers this season. The riders have been to France, they have been to Italy, they have been to Montafon before and to Nanda in Switzerland. Here we go. Let's kick the things off.
It's the second to last event in the season now, so it's really crunch time for those who need a good result. They need a good result today. We are at the prime spot at mid-station here at Kitzsteinhorn in a little truck, looking up at the face. The first riders actually have started walking up. You can see them right now in the lower part of the picture as they boot back to the start. It's an amazing face, Elise. What can we tell our spectators about the Arage night?
Yeah, check this out. The drone is just flying down, and you can see the steepness. You can see it's pretty rocky around here. There's definitely some beautiful stones, and then if you check out on the sides, you will see this. The new snow has definitely made it look better. It is south facing mainly, and some of its exposition will tend towards the side, but it's definitely affected by the sun.
And we just saw forerunner and last year's Freeride World Tour champion Max Hitzig put an amazing run as a forerunner. All the riders went off, so he really showed what is possible at this phase, showed some big cliff drops and full speed action. So I think we can expect a great show by the riders today. We are very lucky that we got this snow, because about 2-3 days ago it didn't look as nice as now, but with those 15 to 20 centimeters of fresh snow, it looks nice, and I think it's going to be really nice to ride for the competitors.
Absolutely. It was really nice that the drone actually came down one of the chutes in the middle right now, because you could see that it just gets very playful. It's like a natural half pipe. There were definitely some balls in the middle of it, and we got told yesterday that the balls were not too icy, so hopefully they just are meant to be breaking through, and the sun that's shining on the face right now might make them creamy.
What makes the Arage night phase here so special is not only the sheer size. It's about 600 vertical meters from the start to the finish line, so a long ride similar to the Bac de Ross in Verbier, but also it has two distinct parts. It has a very mellow upper and middle part, great for freestyle moves, even though there's some bigger cliffs as well, and then it drops from about 25 to 40 plus degrees, gets really stark, it gets really gnarly, and this is usually where the good and the bad are being separated.
Absolutely, and I cannot wait to see the division between the good and the bad. Yeah, this is it is kind of a fairy tale. There's definitely enough for all of the styles to be expressed today, and we've got very fun features at the very top. There's enough to be sending 360s and backflips and much more on that top part. The only thing that the riders were concerned about when we talked this morning is the takeoffs.
Well, we do have a low tide year. The Eastern Alps have seen in some areas as much as 70% precipitation less over the winter, so less of snow from the mountain. Luckily, we are here right at the Kitzsteinhorn. 3,203 meters is the peak of this beautiful mountain, and we are not far below this peak, so we are very high up, and thus we have a very good snowpack, even though, like you said, the riders have to be careful, because those couple of last weeks saw so much sun that on some takeoffs the snow pretty much melted away, so there's a lot of pre-popping going to be necessary today.
Absolutely. And off we go. We're going to start today with the snowboard man, and Arvid Gustafson is going to kick it down.
Exactly. 13 snowboarders now today, one less because we had one injury, unfortunately, in the event of Nanda.
Absolutely, Gabriel. Gab, we wish you the best recovery in all, and we really miss you here on the Challengers. So hopefully you come back strong and fast.
Yeah, snowboard woman will be up next, up after snowboarders. Yeah, Gabriel had a crash in Nanda. He hurt his leg, and he was starting in the skiers and snowboarders field. So actually, we almost lost two riders in one.
That's the ski men start list that we can see right now.
super international field as always on the challenges, 16 nations, and this circuit has really like stood up to his name. Like it challenges the best. It's a pretty new series. It's only been here for the second or third year, the Challenger series.
Absolutely, it is the third year. It has been evolving. We can see the women that are gonna drop in today, and that's the bib number that they have for the day. The Challenger series, yes, it is definitely a middle step between the qualifiers and the Freeride World Tour. And this is going to allow the most fairness for the World Tour riders that don't make the cut to Verbier to come down and battle with the best of the qualifiers.
Exactly, and also from a social point of view, it's been really amazing. Like this crew at the Challengers, you know, these are the best riders in Europe, and they're battling for the spots on the Freeride World Tour, and they travel together to all these 6 spots, this today being the 5th, and they really have developed a certain vibe. But when you hang out with them, like we did the last days, it's really amazing how they're a group, a bunch that just goes from A to B to C, and then battles out. So a really amazing crew of people that's traveling through Europe there.
That's totally true. Yeah, people have definitely been making friends. There's definitely some youngsters that are coming out of the juniors. We've got junior world champs. We've got old Freeride World Tour pros that have come down, and everybody is just, yeah, having a really, really rad time doing face inspection and riding the face.
Exactly. So we see our judges getting ready. I think today we have Flo Gassner from Austria.
Absolutely.
Siobhan Chalis, also from Austria.
Exactly, and Ludwig Bianca from France.
With Benjamin Carmel from the Freeride World Tour as no commissioner behind them, and
and
Dodo Conrad
Dodo
as a video judge. Yeah. So for those of you who are not too familiar with Freeride World Tour judging system, we do have a video judge. So if there's a landing and a rider disappears in a big cloud of snow, and it's not sure if he landed his jump clean or maybe had a big backslap, then the video judge rewinds directly to this part of the run, looks at it 1, 2, 3 times, and then tells the judges what the landing was like, so they can come up with the perfect and the correct score. Head of safety, legend Markus Kogler. This guy has been head of safety for hundreds of freeride competitions since he founded the Freeride World Tour competition in See-Kaprun about 20 years back. So when he's organizing a comp and he's up the mountain, you can be sure that everything is set up for a safe competition.
Absolutely, and the staff here has been putting so much effort by creating the boot back here to go all the way to the start gate so that the riders can just follow their tracks. They've been installing the start gate, and yeah, everything. It takes a lot of work out here to be able to organize such an event.
It does take a lot of work, and talking about the boot pack, this is something that makes this event quite special because the riders actually hike up in the upper part on the side of the face, so they get to look at their takeoffs and their potential first jumps from really close, and that is something we've seen over the years. It is really performance enhancing. If they got such a good visual, it really pushes the show.
Absolutely, because as usual, we are based on the face inspection is visual only, and so none of the riders have been in the face for the last 4 days, although they have been around, they have been face checking it from the bottom, from the judging point especially, and from around the face, so that they can get most angles and actually get the best idea possible of all of the takeoffs, the slope, the rocks, and everything that they need to pick the best line.
But once more, it's a very challenging phase to pick a line because you have this big change after about 2/3 that it rolls over into the steepness, so you don't really see where you're going. So big challenge for the riders to choose the correct line. Here we get a bit of more info on that Lakaschneid phase, 682 meters to vertical drop. I like the inclination up to 60 degrees.
Absolutely. And man, this is the longest phase, I think, of all of the challengers. This is 600 meters and 80. This is honestly a leg burner.
And this lower part is notoriously known to take riders out. Some riders in the past years that we saw that had amazing runs, they just struggle at the very bottom of the cliff just because of lack of power. So it really is going to show today who started last year in July with the groundwork.
Absolutely. And well, let me tell you, we've got some very, very well-trained athletes those days. It's incredible how when you see the clubs rising and you see that all of those kids are training 3 times a week, For example, year-round, I know that the free ski from Les Arcs is just keeping it going summer and winter. They train on the trampoline. They train, just at the gym and everything they can in order to be fit for the winter.
And those hotspots, you know, they start to pay off. Free Academy Innsbruck has 90 kids. Free Academy Verbier has 70 kids. Les Arcs Free Ski Academy is here with 10 athletes.
Yeah, absolutely.
10 out of 60 athletes from one academy. So you really show it was the success of the work that these clubs do.
Absolutely, and the vibe is just, incredible when you can actually share that individual sport and just transform it into a team sport.
And it is a team sport. It's so nice. You see it even up to the Free World Tour level. If you have a competitor sitting as a leader on the hot seat and you have a rider putting an amazing run down, that so far leading rider is going to jump up and hug the rider coming down because everyone's cheering for the other one. They're not competing against each other. You're competing against the challenge which you set yourself.
Absolutely. And really, you have won if you did the line that you wanted to do.
Exactly. And it's so emotional. You can, well, we get into it as the riders are coming down.
You've been riding the space out here, and you've been podiuming it. You won a few times. What is your favorite feature out there?
My favorite feature is seen very nicely.
This is us.
Oh, it's us. Let's wave out there. This is our beloved cat, from where we try to give you all the information. We're sitting right in front of the face. The finish line is about 50 meters ahead of us, so all the emotion is going to be transferring right through microphones out to you.
There we go.
Oh,
Honestly, this is the best spot to be speaking.
Nice.
And we're back at the start gate.
Yeah. Well, to continue answering your question, my favorite spot is on the rider's left. Unfortunately, it's an area which is closed this year because the amount of snow would probably allow for 2 or 3 riders to show a great show and performance there, but not for the potential 10 or 15 who want to go to that area. But the face is so big. I mean, it's 700 vertical meters. It's about 1 kilometer wide. So the riders can really spread out and play at a lot of different features.
That sounds amazing. There's definitely 3 parts of the venues that are open today, and they kind of divide into 3 main couloirs. So I hope we'll see, a bit of everything. I hope the riders will be able to cover all of it. There's definitely features in all of them.
Good morning. We are here at the X Override.
Now let's dive into the best action of last year before we're ready for bib number 1 to drop in at the 2025 X Override Kitzsteinhorn Zell am See-Kaprun, a Free World Tour Challenger by Orage.
Let's go!
This level of riding, ladies and gentlemen, here.
This is the most amazing of the day so far. And then look at this 3. Solid landing.
Landed it perfectly.
Yes, that's bad.
Wow, this guy's a machine. Bro, did you see this?
Kitzsteinhorn.
Yeah, we did hear Matthias Haunholder, a former Free World Tour Stop winner, going crazy in last year's commentator booth. The action was amazing in 2024, and I'm 100% sure the action is going to be amazing as well in 2025. As far as I heard, we have only 2 or 3 minutes to go until we have the first rider in the gate. 8:45, our official starting time.
Absolutely, and the first rider getting ready in the gate is Arvid Gustafson, the Swedish rider. He's been around, he's got some 9th places in Nanda and Montfaucon, 12th in La Rosière, and he's been having a lot of fun shredding around the last few days, and hopefully he's ready to make the most of the space.
Your updated version, I still don't have the actual rankings.
Yeah, I think it's managed.
It's the There we go. We can see the start gate out there. Organization getting ready. And well, the sun is definitely starting to hit on this face. Hopefully the pretty hard snow underneath is going to start to bind with the fresh powder, and it's going to make a really nice and smooth layer for all of the snowboard men.
Well, there is a reason why we all got up at 5:30 in the morning and took a gondola up at 6:30. Because of the south and southeast facing aspects of this face, the snow here is always changing throughout the competition. So right now we're having a powder layer across the face, but with the last riders potentially dropping in around 11 o'clock, they will already have kind of slushy or wettish conditions. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that snow is going to change throughout the day and how the riders are going to adapt their speed and their lines and their approach to their features.
Absolutely. And yeah, because the major thing is that the snow could just become slower, and especially when you jump, you want to make sure that you get the right speed, the right position in the air and for the landing, so that you're not caught by some slow snow. I think this is our major concern.
It is a major concern. I now know why we are still waiting for the competition to start, because we see the safety crew spreading out the face. We have 6 local mountain rescue guys up in the face, plus 2 emergency doctors. And as we are speaking, they're skiing to the strategically pre-decided spots from where they could help riders who have crashed and need potential help approach very quickly. There is a sign that is used throughout all FWT events. If a rider has a crash and he waves his arm right afterwards, we all know he's fine. If a rider does not move at some stage, we know he needs attention. And then Markus Kogler, head of safety, who watches each rider through his binoculars, will immediately send a ski dude, or if it was a worse crash, right away a mountain rescue person. And this safety procedure has worked very well, and the goal is always to be able to attend a rider who has crashed within less than 60 seconds.
Absolutely. Hopefully, though, only very, very good decisions will be made today, and all of the riders are going to have the best run of their life and make it safe and sound to the finish line.
Right. I wonder if I've ever seen a freer competition without a single crash. That's.
I think we did.
Did we?
Didn't we? Like not one ski lost. That might be a lot.
Well, it's the second to last challenge event of the season. So and in the end, there'll be 6 events. Actually, Monte Rosa could not see all categories. So for a couple of categories, it will be 5 events of the season with the 3 or 4 best results counting.
Exactly.
I'll check that out right away to make sure to tell you the truth.
The 4 best results will be counting.
4 best out of 5. So
and
some riders who have like 2 not so good results, they really are in a stressful position now. They start knowing they have to perform and come up with a good result.
Exactly. It is today and next weekend in Obertauern that they can redeem themselves. And actually, everything can still change, Flo, because our top leaders today could just get overpassed by some riders that just do an incredible job today and in Obertauern.
You are totally right. Well, one very important note: if you're watching and you're somewhere close to the Zell am See, Kaprun, Pinska area, you drive to the Kitzsteinhorn gondola or to the one in Kaprun and come up to the Kitzsteinhorn. There's a nice live area, live music. We have a speaker, we have a DJ. There's food and drinks, and the riders are all going to be hanging out in the finish area here as they finish their runs. So if you want to get in touch with the freeride world, then join us here on the beautiful Kitzsteinhorn.
Absolutely. And well, Flo, you're more used to me than me to this area. It's incredible. This morning with the sun, we could finally see the top of the mountains, and Kitzsteinhorn is a pretty dope resort.
Oh, it's amazing. You know, it goes up to like 3,200 meters, more than 60 kilometers of groomed slopes, and even more so an endless array of ungroomed slopes and face. So the freer possibilities on these mountains are ridiculous, yeah. And then it's connected since 5 years or 6 years to Kaprun with a special gondola, so you can actually from downtown Kaprun be here in a couple of minutes. And if you're ready to jump in a car or ski bus for 10 minutes over to Zell am See, it connects to the whole Zell am See, Saalbach, Hinterklemm, Fieberbrunn, Leongang area, which is one of the 2 largest in Austria with almost 200 kilometers of lift. So a really great area for free riders and ski lovers.
Very good place. We could even go to the snow park yesterday, and the snow park was absolutely fantastic. All of the riders have been training their tricks because it's kind of it was the nicest snow over there. So yeah, big up to the shapers as well.
One of the few areas in Austria that typically maintains a super pipe all winter long. So also for the half pipe lovers, this is a place to come. Let's not forget the other partners of the event. Of course, Kitzsteinhorn, Zell am See and Kaprun, the main partners to make this event possible, but also Orage, LLM Energy, Tauern See-Kaprun, Doppelmayr and Jules Beau are supporters of this FWT Challenger event.
Absolutely.
And let's not forget, it's the 19th edition. Like Chris Geisner's crew have been organizing this event for over 20 years. I think it had to be cancelled 1 year because of snow conditions and 1 year because of COVID. But next year we're hopefully going to see the 20th edition of the X Override.
Yes. Since 2004, I believe. And I've heard there's been incredible editions of the X Override with multiple riders. We can see the tracks here from our forerunners, and yeah, you can tell there's some powder.
Yeah, Max Hitziger, our reigning world champion, came down as a forerunner. It was an amazing run. And he said it's beautiful to ride in the upper part, albeit a bit sharky, and that one of the sketchy part is that the takeoffs are sometimes lacking some snow in the lower part. But we will see what Arvid Gustafson is going to make of this in for bib number 1. It's getting ready to drop in.
Absolutely, and with his 23 years old, Arvid is about to send in. He is riding in Verbier at the moment from Sweden and about to start the real day here.
So to all our spectators who do have a live heats account, yeah, everyone who is a rider who has followed the FWT World Tour knows, if you go to liveheats.com and you enter FWT Challenger, in the search mask you can choose this event and you have a live ranking of the riders as they come down and get their score.
Absolutely. Arvid is such a dedicated snowboarder. He's just, he snowboards all winter and is a truck driver back home in Sweden in the summer, and that shows how much you want to go snowboarding.
I love the passion. Asana Farrell in this women's skiing division is also such an example. He's a lawyer, an active lawyer in the summer half, which is the Australian winter, for 6 months to be able to afford a winter on skis competing on Challenger Tour. So it's so amazing how these boys and girls actually finance their passion for skiing and snowboarding.
Absolutely, and yeah, I do believe that if you're really passionate, then you will find a way to make it. Yeah, there we go. We can see Sasha's filming Arvid dropping. And yeah, boys are stoked. It's going to happen.
3, 2, 1, and it's open. Arvid's right with a jump right out the gate. It's a little butt check, but well, it wasn't too bad, was it?
Absolutely, yeah. He got a little surprise out there in the landing. Nice getting white roomed and then jumping his first hit. Very nice landing out there, Arvid.
Wow, look at his drone shots. Beautiful conditions. This is the part that definitely has the best snow. It's not as steep, so the snow accumulated more and the riders stay more on the top of the surface, especially for the snowboarders. This is where the money is.
Totally. Arvid is making it look very, very nice over there as he's playing in between all of the features.
Whoa, with a big backflip. Unfortunately, over-rotating a little bit, but being back on his feet very quickly, continuing his run. And I switched to this, move my eyes away from the screen and look out the window to see him access the lower part.
Arvid got sent so far. Yes, and he is now entering the bottom part with a really nice area in the middle. Beautiful cliff. He is making his way through all of the big bubbles of ice. That doesn't look so nice, but he is absolutely dealing with it.
That's the part of the face where speed control is absolutely crucial.
Wow, check out this big bum hole that he made going down. The snow was really, really soft and probably way too much, so he unfortunately couldn't help to front punch out there. But no worries, Arvid, just make it all the way down, dropping over some rocks and grass and flying down to the very bottom.
Number 1 is safe and sound in the finish. Not the cleanest of fronts, but Arvid definitely showed what's possible. And I liked how he kept his speed up in that lower part, despite all those snowballs and the old avalanche debris.
Absolutely, yeah. All in all, it was very good riding. He was definitely the tester of the face today. And yeah, he's shown all of the other riders how tricky parts could be. That's the beginning at there. Yeah, he got a little caught when he was trying to brake. Really nice hit to enter the face. Was that a
That was
flip?
the back flip in the middle. And then his lower part, really good speed control. And there he seems to break through a crust, deeper than he thought, the snow at that spot. And that's a pretty grumpy Arvid Gustafson in the finish area. Really hard today, though, to ride as bib number 1. Not an easy job.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. And the job of the judges right now is not going to be easy either, because yeah, you gotta start things off, and giving the first score is going to help them then judge all of the other riders. So it needs to be done in a really proper way. And we can see the judges out there deliberating just behind the Orage little signs. We've got Dodo, Siobhan, Flo, Jasner and Ludwig.
It was very interesting to have dinner with the judges yesterday and hear them talk about how they see the, let's call it, punishment for mistakes that riders do, because obviously
The
if someone
punishment.
you have to well, let's call it deductions, right?
No, I agree. I mean, yeah, if you
Well, you
make a mistake.
you punish anyway. Like your ego is punished enough by a mistake you do. So let's call it deductions, because 25 points for Arvid Gustafson. There is a certain range for a mistake a rider does, like putting his back down or doing a front wheel. And within that range, there is some room for discussion. It's always the hardest for the judges to see, how much do we punish or deduct for a certain
Absolutely.
mistake.
Tough work for them. All right, junior world champion coming out of the gate, aiming for another side out there. This is Kea Chretien, 19 ans, et c'est parti.
It's not just a freeride junior world champion, it's a 3-time freeride junior world champion.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
All right, Kea making his way towards the really fun part of the mountain out there. Riders left. Ooh, and he is flying between the rocks. Yes, with
Wow.
a nice little hit.
I like his surfing style. He spent his winters in Courchevel-Méribel, where his dad also founded a freeride academy. And then they moved to South Africa for the other half. So he surfs 6 months of the year and he snowboards 6 months of the year. And I think the surfing really reflects in his snowboard style.
Absolutely. He looks, very, very natural.
Same hit as Arvid, going for the small 3, playing it safe but smart.
Yeah, and quite stylish.
Yeah, he's rather small rider, so he always looks really compact. Whoa, putting it all at stake. They're very fast coming into the steeper part. Over the pyramid. Unfortunately, being a bit of a victim to the old avalanche debris there.
Yeah, he was kind of caught, but you know what? He just, recovered very, very fast. So hopefully that will show that he can get control again. Nice and easily. Nice. And a nice drop, just hopping into the middle of the couloir out there.
And riding out Steve Klaas style with the hand in the back snow, stabilizing the direction, trying to stay centered over the board.
Yep. And
Wow.
Kea straight lining to the finish line.
Well, it stays challenging all the way to the finish line. Those bubbles at the bottom, there's really they take the last out of the energy of the riders.
They totally do, yeah. I hope we're not going to see any heartbreaking crashes at the bottom out there, and you're all going to need to be very careful.
So very spectacular approach by Kea, and also spectacular was a crash his mom had just a couple of weeks ago. Aurelia got run over by a skier and had quite a strong accident. And I have a picture here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screws in her knee. So all the best to Kea's mom, and hoping she will recover soon and be back on skis, on snowboard soon.
Absolutely. Big up to Florent Geoffrey, the coach, as well, because this was, a pretty nice ride. Kea's favorite trick is the backside 360, and we can tell he likes to play. He's definitely aiming for the Freeride World Tour at some point, and well, we believe that this is heavily possible. Yeah, check out that hit at the bottom.
It is, yeah. He was a bit unlucky in those last couple of runs, really going full send mode, like just like he did today, entering the lower part with a lot of speed, maybe a tiny bit too fast, also hitting this traverse track, which got him off balance.
48 points, so this is not making him able to go past the 50 points, unfortunately. This is Gabin Bouzanne, the third rider on the face today, and Gabin is actually second on the ranking at the moment. He was first in La Rosière. He came second here at the X-Over ride in Kitzsteinhorn last year, and yeah, Gabin is down. So you check this out, and he's got powder just flying along all of his turns.
And I know from experience, if you come back to a phase where you have had a good result, that really gives you so much confidence. If you know you have done well at a certain event and you go back there, it's really a confidence boost, and it gives you a totally different setup as you go through the start gate.
Fair enough. And Gabin aiming for a nice hit out there. You can see his little rebound on the snow, and that kind of tells us that it was that it's quite hard underneath. A nice air.
Very controlled run so far. It's not going at 100%, but probably like at 90, which today might be just the right thing to do, seeing that the first two riders, you know, were not able to put a clean run down.
Absolutely. This might definitely make the difference. No mistake run today.
So he's aiming for another area at the bottom than where we saw Kea and Arvid. A bit further, 2 lookers left, opening up a whole new zone for the day.
Exactly. This is, yes, a beautiful couloir that he's jumping in. Wow, really nice speed check and aiming for the bigger side of the cliff. Yes, beautiful.
Very smart riding in this super challenging terrain, very exposed, but managing to keep it super clean and finding really good snow, actually.
Totally, and he knows exactly where he's going, hitting that last air at the bottom.
Wow, looks like he wants to go for another one. Well, maybe not, deciding at the last moment it might be better to go for a slash and take all he got with him to the finish line.
Fair enough. Well, Gabin, you did not make a mistake in this run, and it was not time for one, definitely not. So very good line choice over there.
If you're wondering right now, is he allowed to take his board off and walk to the finish? Yes. If that happens mid-phase, if you have to walk up because you get cliffed out, for example, it will be a no score. But because the finish is right on the other side of this little river, some of the riders today will have to walk the last couple of meters, but that is fine, and there's not going to be any deductions for that.
Absolutely. Gabin is one of the kids that is in a club, and he is from the Free Ski Belleville. He's here with Victor. Kevin Guri is also coaching the team, and yeah, there's definitely a very good vibe and some pushing team spirit out there.
Kevin Guri, a former very big extreme champion, and I'm sure he coached Gabin for this lower part. Very thoughtful and smart riding. 65 points for Gabin Bouzanne.
All right, very nice. So now we've got an idea of what this type of run can actually give you. So this is 15 more points. James Veitch is down.
I was quite surprised that the score was not higher for Gabin, but it also shows that the judges think there is a lot more possible.
Exactly.
Which is true. If you do a trick at every one of these upper jumps, you know, you can collect a lot more points.
Nice riding out there for James as he is, just playing with his hand in the snow, having some snowboarder fun. Yes, man, it looks good. Nice air. The terrain up there is just so playful, and snowboarding is about playing flow.
Ooh.
You know that.
Yeah, I keep saying that snowboarding was invented to ride in powder. Yeah, so whenever it gets too pumpy or hard, it's not much fun, but that's not what it was made for.
Absolutely. There is definitely some
look at
flat
those surf turns,
landings. Up there you could see James' knees going down.
Yeah, using his suspension system up there. And you can see that this year, because of the lack of snow, it's a lot more bumpy than in other years. Not as smooth, especially in the lower part. The snow was not really able to fill in all the holes which are on the mountain.
All right, nice hit out there. Yeah, James definitely had to brake a bunch in order to come back in and get out of this feature at the right speed.
Going even further, 2 riders right than Gabin Bouzanne right before him. Finding fresh tracks.
Exactly.
For a nice feature ride into the steeps. Beautiful landing, keeping his speed up. Oh, unfortunately, the snowballs.
No, that was Beautiful riding out there, James. Does jump into the corner. Yes, actually. And no worries, he is flying out of it. In between the rocks, getting bounced.
Using every bit of his suspension system to stay on his feet there, James.
Very good suspension system out there. Yes. All right. Well, that was kind of hardcore out there. That bottom part, it was definitely snowboard movie line. In the bottom, I hope the judges have liked it. The control issue in the middle tells a lot about the quality of the snow because, yeah, for such a strong rider.
Well, he was definitely riding at the speed limit in the steeps there. Maybe a tiny bit above it. Let's see what cost him half the control issue in the steeps. Looked really controlled at the here. Lands it, gets on the backside, front side, and I think as he tries to go on the backside again, he gets eaten up by a snowball, does a front punch, and then continues riding. Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, James was definitely down to fight for a winning line today. And although this one fall might have costed him his last action, but he still might get a good amount of points for all of the other things that he's been doing. Nope, 45. So he's definitely been losing more points out there, maybe for the control as well. And we've got our next rider in the start gate, Christophe Charlet. He is sitting in the 3rd place of the overall ranking at the moment. Christophe Charlet from Chamonix.
And he's one of the few riders left still charging from, who was already charging when I was still competing many years back. So he's been trying to make it to Free World Tour for many, many years, and he's hardly ever been that close. 3rd place overall at the moment. So a good run today could get him a lot closer to his dream. And we see him go freestyle, not too typical for the Chamonixard, who is more known to ride 55-degree couloirs around his hometown.
Yeah. Big mountain boy just playing out there in Austria, in Kitzsteinhorn mountain.
And he's also known for always looking for creative lines. You hardly ever see him go down the main line. And also now we see him all the way on the rider's left. Yeah.
That's right,
enjoying
Christophe.
the fresh powder.
Yeah, he always does find very original parts of the mountains and lines. He's quite a creative rider.
Yeah, for him the whole run is the challenge. He doesn't want to do the same that everyone does. He always looks for something special.
Absolutely. Very special. And he is getting into the steep part. Let's see.
Oh, and it looks so spectacular as the riders arrive at that part of the face and approach a big rollover. Like we have all these sheer cliff walls right in front of us, and then we have this tiny spot coming over into the
totally
steeps.
Beautiful hit out there to get into the steepness and aiming for another one straight into the cooler. Nice, grabbing his board. The judges are going to love this, making it easy through the balls in order to keep control.
So stay on your feet, Christophe. This was a great run so far, but the hardest part is yet to come. This lower part with the big ice balls and the chunky run out, this is what's going to show.
Nice, and another hit, landing in the middle of the 2 big rocks. All right, getting it to the powder, yay! And jumping over the grassy rocks over there, flying out of it. Stay on your feet, Christophe.
Wow, that was a long slowdown after the last feature.
Absolutely, and he's making it. Oh, he's going to be stoked.
Congratulations, Christopher. Probably the most ambitious run so far, and a clean one as well for the
Exactly.
snowboarders.
It's really nice to see because we've seen the other ones kind of struggling with control, and that was the 360 there. Christophe playing with the snow. Then, yeah, some really nice jump.
And looking very strong on his feet, where other riders struggled to keep it together. And that was one of the most ambitious moves, almost down to the bottom, and is still going for a last jump, putting it all at stake once more.
Yeah, totally. Just straight lining in the middle of the obstacles and keeping control.
Wow, sitting on a 3rd place from Nonda, a 4th from Lagacer, and an 8th from Montafon. This might well be another result far up in today's ranking.
Absolutely. Christophe out there at the bottom. Gabin might know that he is a threat. And as the judges are deliberating.
So they'll definitely have to compare this run now to the one of Gabin Bouzanne, and it's better, 70.67. Christophe Charlet taking the lead.
All right. Well, we still have 8 riders to go, so We can't call it a victory yet, but this is Cesar Barin. What a threat. That's coming out later. Yes, dropping in hard from the start gate.
The winner from the Freeride World Tour Challenger in Montafon a few years back, where it was a double victory for the Barin family. His sister winning in the skiers field and him winning against Snowboard. Wow, one of
Cesar
the biggest
jumping.
airs in the upper part we've seen so far.
Absolutely, he went like 3 times further than the previous tracks. And he's coming into... All right.
Following the ridge line with the 2 beautiful jumps and a beautiful front punch.
Absolutely, that was a very quick front punch. He landed on flat and straight. He was back in the air like if nothing. Come on, Cesar, just go for it.
It seems so unfair as a snowboarder to be actually punished for a front punch because it feels beautiful, because it feels so natural. It doesn't really matter when you free out and if you roll over once in the snowboard, you just keep going, right?
Yeah, you should go talk to the judges about that. Nice air out there from Cesar. Man, I feel like he's spending so much time in the air since the start of this run.
Well, the good thing is that you never lose your snowboard at a crash. You typically don't get a no score, so you might get a 10-point deduction for that front punch. But if he does a 90-point run now, you know, he can still be high up in the 70s overall.
Absolutely. Nice grab at there, jumping into the couloir. Yes, managing his speed really nicely. He is definitely on the southern facing side, and he's aiming for a next feature.
Yeah, it's not done yet. There's still another couple of features we can use.
From the very top and straight into the middle of those 2 rocks. Yes,
wow,
good job,
going
Cesar.
Up high, jumping onto the grass. Unreal move by Cesar Barin. Jumping over the rocks onto the grass, riding over the bushes and staying on his feet. That was spectacular. We get an extra round of applause for that last feature.
Gnarly! That was absolutely super funkiest move of the day for now. Cesar just grass riding, landing on the grass and rocks, but having all of the confidence that this was going to slide.
Well, there was the front punch, unfortunately, at the top there. But the rest of the run was simply amazing. The 360 was big. And now we'll see that grass show once again. No hesitating, goes right for the ridge, jumps over the rock, lands on grass, keys it out, has to double over the next couple bushes, and then keeps it together at full speed towards the finish area.
Absolutely. So Christophe Charlet opening the way, and then Cesar just saying, yes, go.
Ever since Christophe Charlet, who won here a couple of years back, unfortunately died in an avalanche in Japan 2 years ago. He won here a few years back with one of the most amazing grass rides, I think, in contest history. And ever since then, it's a bit of a habit that people...
Yeah. Flo, is that a thing? Can you be a grass rider here?
Yeah, you can.
All right. Well, there is no more climate change scare, fearness anymore. This is it. We're just all switching to grass riding.
Who needs snow if you can ride over bushes of grass at the Kitzsteinhorn Freeride World Tour Challenger? The Lakash night provides it all. And now the judges will have a headache because this, to me, was the best run of the day. But with a front punch, so what are they going to do with it? Yeah, the question is how much do they deduct for it and how much does it affect the overall impression? These are the questions which the judges are going to answer within the next couple of seconds.
Absolutely. Thankfully, they've got a judge book that lets them know exactly how much to deduct, usually in this kind of situation. But man, all of the line control and technique, that's quite a subjective judging anyway. So yeah, they really need to focus in order to make the right decision.
Typically, a front punch like the one we saw Cesar do means about a 10-point deduction in the men's snowboarding, and 78.33 means it was an amazing run, close to the 90s, minus the 10. Leaves him with 78, and it's still a solid 8-point lead over Christophe Charlet. Cesar Barin in first place at the moment in the men's snowboarding division at this year's Freeride World Tour Challenger.
And we've got Marc Robert, the Swiss rider, just, yes, getting ready to hammer it down.
Well, Markus Kogler, as head of safety competition, is really pushing for a quick run. He wants all the riders to have powder rather than slushy conditions for the higher pips.
Absolutely. Swiss coach Valentin Lambert. And Marc is training at their in Vallis. He's got really beautiful mountains. Check out how he went into the couloir. Yes, and now he is flying down there full speed.
Holy shit. The fastest pace we've seen of any rider so far. Here we see our 2 mountain rescue guys on the far rider's right of the face, which he for sure will not need. Wow, totally different approach than other riders. Almost half a kilometer further over to the rider's right.
Yeah, nice
finding
drop.
multiple jumps there. Wow, looks like he's lining up a difficult double with a bit of a direction change, nice and clean. Sending his love of the rock. Spectacular run so far
Absolutely
by Marc Robert.
breaking on his eel side, and yes, getting into the canyon, flying out of it, playing like if he was on in a half pipe. Beautiful riding from Marc.
Look how deep the snow is over there. It really accumulated in this gully. Smart launches, but the hardest part is yet to come. There's more grass and rocks below him right now than snow.
Whoa, he is getting into the gnarliest part. Marc Robert into the most exposed zone today. Just, yep, staying on his feet, playing both sides with his board. The slough is coming down and he is out. Whoa, well done.
Probably one last feature to him, that big rock there. Nice jump, sticks it, stomps it, and now he has to stay on his feet in that last and treacherous traverse over to the finish area.
Absolutely, that was such a strong riding over there. Definitely no doubt. Marc has just decided that he was going to go for the gnarliest section. It's full of trees, it's full of rocks, but doesn't matter. There's no doubt when you have chosen your line, or when the line have chosen you, because you know this is your style, you know you're able to do it, then you got to go for it.
Yeah, started out fairly mellow, but then just got better and better. Full speed in the middle part, and this super creative line ending up in this gnarly gully. He had to hold on to the rock at some stage. Like here he goes to the rider's right, puts his right hand to the rock in order to make the turn, avoids the slough and goes for the last two hits. He's going to be stoked. Marc Robert from Switzerland.
Absolutely, and Cesar just, going to give him a hand to pass the finish line out there. Wow, that was a very, very inspiring riding, and I feel like, Cesar, watching this from the bottom, must have thought, how good is everybody on the Challengers this season? This is 13 riders, they're all absolutely unbelievable, and that's way enough to get inspired from each other.
2 fourth places in Montafon and Noda at the Challengers so far this season, so Marc very eager to finally make it to the podium, and this might well have been the run that sent him there. 68.67, third place at the moment, so right now he's at the podium, but there is another 6 riders up there who have a word to say about today's ranking.
Absolutely, and I feel like the judges have left those 10 points between Cesar and him, 68 to 78. That's a good amount of space because they expect a lot of riders to actually be aiming between those points. So it's going to be interesting to see what's coming. Well, that was a really, really good ride for Marc. I'm sure, he's the craziest thing he's ever done, he said, was a kid. And I'm sure your kid is very proud now, Marc. All right, the next rider getting ready is Eliot Dänzer, and he is from Switzerland, from Nanda. Sophie, relax. Damien, t'inquiète pas, il va faire les petits cœurs à la fin. Yes, Eliot has definitely been sending it. He was second in La Rosière, 6th in Montafon, 6th in Nanda. Was really bummed not to be able to ride in Italy, but is really, really excited for today's in Kitzsteinhorn. Eliot spends a lot of time head down. So you know what? Look at we could have back flipping his head down, and we could very much have some show today. He's such a playful rider.
Part of the Nanda Firaku, just if you're in Verbi and you go up to Atlas or Gentian, you ride on the other side, you arrive in Nanda. It has developed into a true freeride hotspot as well over those past 10 or 20 years.
And Nanda is Verbier gets really crowded those days. We're expecting the extreme in a few days. It's definitely the freeride hotspot. Nanda is just hiding in the back, and nobody wants me to know it, but it's such a jewel.
Well, 2 more highlights in the Freeride World this year. Potentially the finals of the Freeride World Tour on the infamous Bec de Ross might only be pulled forward to Thursday this week. And then we're looking forward to have the finals of the Freeride World Tour Challenge Tour in Obertauern this weekend, where we'll be your hosts one more time and one last time for this season.
Absolutely. What a week of freeride, Flo. Yeah, we've definitely had a little bit of snow in the few last days, and that's going to help all of those mountains hold these events, because mid-March, it's definitely getting hot, and sticky snow is not the rider's favorite, but...
No, it was a very interesting winter. I mean, the there has been snow everywhere, but just the amount of snow this season was not really the way freeriders wanted. It was just less precipitation in other years. So you had to get really creative throughout the whole season to find those good runs and good faces.
That's right. All right. We can see all of the snowboarders at the very top, just trying to stay warm, doing some squats out there for Sacha. And Eliot is about to drop in, apparently. Yes. Let's go. Dänzer on course.
Wow, dropping right off the start gate. The jump that Arvid Gustafson was not able to stomp. No problem today for Eliot Dänzer.
Yay, just hollying onto that rock, making, yes, a piece of cake of the space.
Wow, you can tell he's on fire today. You know, that body language, you know, speaks the whole
Check
walk.
out that 360.
Beautiful three. Awesome run so far. And that gives so much confidence. If those first 3 jumps work out well, you land your 360 clean, you know you're on a roll and you can do it all today.
Absolutely. Aiming for another rock as he is, wow, just like neighboring the cliffs on his backside.
That was where Cesar had his front bunch. He managed to ride clean, pretty much following Cesar Barin's line in that part of the face. And knowing that Cesar is leading the pack so far, that's probably a smart move to do.
Beautiful hit out there as well. That was, yeah, quite big onto a flat landing.
Yeah, a bit of, it'll be a tiny deduction there from the judges for being pushed back and having to stabilize with his hand. They hate it sometimes, the snowboarders. It feels such like a clean landing if you're riding yourself, but the judges will tell you afterwards we had to duck something. So there's always discussions between judges and snowboarders about putting hands down.
I bet. Well, this one landing was actually
so moving over now from
clean.
Cesar Barin's line to Marc Robert's line on the far rider's right, approaching the same double, bit of a different angle.
Yes, doubling it down and getting out with some speed.
Wow.
Really nice riding from Eliot.
And that cooler right there is probably the best snow of the whole face, making the most of it.
Exactly.
And we'll see if he's going to go for the same crazy cooler that Marc Roberts took, or if he has a different approach to the bottom part. Out to the ledge, and he is over so much exposure. If you're here now, you can see live, there's rocks everywhere, to the left, to the right, and below him.
Dänzer,
Eliot
yes!
sends a little snow slide down. Now he has to go straight. Can he stay on his feet?
Yes!
He can!
Eliot, oh my God! What a move! Thought that was just insane. He came down all of these rocks. Eliot, oh my God, making short job of this line. And he just keeps flying, super stoked. Wow.
Spectacular bottom part by Eliot Dänzer. We were really worried there for a second. He released this tiny 2x2 meter slab that came down with him, and I was worried it was going to swipe him off his feet, but he managed to stay on his feet and ride it out.
Absolutely, and when you look at his, we'll see it in the replay right now, but man, when you look at his track over there, that was just unbelievable. The speed that he came out with. All right, that's how he gets into
that was the
steepest bit.
Part. And now look at this exposure. There's 20-meter cliffs to the left, to the right. The only exit is right through the middle, and he has to point it because the snow is starting to slide down.
So much control, so much control. Eliot just flying in the middle of the rocks and everything. Oh, check out that mullet. Ooh, Mom, you're going to love it. 82 points. Judges did not doubt 1 second. Eliot Dänzer taking the first place for now. Whoa, what a run. Congrats.
Stoked for Eliot Dänzer. After second place in last year, this is exactly what he was wishing for.
Absolutely, and we've got Spain coming up. This is Lucas Muñoz on course, 22 years, and Lucas is stoked.
Also, buenas tardes, Lucas, y viva España.
Let's go.
Well, we hardly have time to catch a breath with so many breathtaking runs and moves happening today on the Kitzsteinhorn.
Absolutely. Y Lucas ya está preparado para ir a jugar entre todas las roquitas. Very nice riding from Lucas. He is a player, and you can tell.
Yeah, and look at the backdrop. You know, this is the time of year when the Kitzsteinhorn, See-Kaprun area is its most beautiful. You ride powder in the morning, and you jump in the lake in the afternoon.
Wow. Can we go jump in the lake in the afternoon?
Yeah, we will.
Sounds incredible.
5 minutes for the bottom station.
The best of Austria out here. And Lucas Muñoz enjoying Austria at the most on to this first part.
Exactly. Maybe not going
the face.
as big as some of the other riders, but collecting a lot of points by very thoughtfully going from jump to jump.
Absolutely. Yeah, he might know, and he's probably watched the live, and he knows that it could be tricky to land some parts. So now he's decided to make sure that he was going to land everything and going for another hit out there. Yes, really nice. Cliff, and he is aiming for another one in order to get inside the main couloir.
Yeah, very thoughtful riding of Lucas today. You can really tell he wants to stay on his feet. He wants to put a clean run down.
Absolutely. Yeah, Lucas did not get all of the right places he wanted earlier, so today is save day. And that is working out very well so far. Yes, going for it pretty big out there in the middle of the couloir. Falling in the full line. And you know what? That's the best landing that we've seen out there because all of the others did front punch. So he knew he had to go into this direction and flying out, making it over the little grassy part. And this is an impeccable run for Lucas Muñoz. Is this going to be enough to take the judges into, willing to give him all of the points after what we've just seen because they got really excited?
Well, you could see him claim at the bottom, so he was definitely happy about his run today. Which he should be, considering that we have not seen that many clean runs. That's really something that's important today, to stay on your feet top to bottom.
Exactly. It is a strategy out there to just make sure there's a no mistake run. Eliot and Lucas. There's 61 points for Lucas Muñoz, putting him into the 6th place.
Yeah, it was clean, but maybe lacked a bit the aggression and the bigger jumps and the tricks, which we have seen by some of the other riders.
That's right. It's all a matter of comparison, unfortunately, so the score does not mean much. It's mainly what the other riders have been doing around it. That makes sense. All right, I'm so excited. Vaughn Hardwick, straight from Australia. Such a motivated rider. He's just made it on to the challengers because he was next on the list, and yeah, he's earned his spot very well, and he's here for the show. Let's go, Vaughn.
Elise Beth on fire next to me today. Love it when you get all agitated. Yeah, Vaughn, part of a really nice family. He's been coming to Europe with his dad for about 5 years for freeride competitions.
Yeah, big up Neil.
And actually this year the whole family is here, and the smaller brother is competing on the junior tour. Just went to Bansko last weekend. And Vaughn,
really
I'm just
nice
going to say with a
grab out there for Vaughn. Unfortunately, getting a little caught in the landing in front, punching, putting his goggles back up.
But we saw that it's no problem to do an 78-point run.
Yay! Back flipping out of that little kicker
with the front
there.
punch. Nice one. Whoa, doubling it out there. Yeah, we saw it's no problem to get 78 points with a front punch. Cesar Barin did that today. He showed how it's done. So Vaughn knows that, and he just go all in on the lower part.
Absolutely. And you know what? Yeah, when you feel it, you just go for it. You don't have to refrain yourself. You really got to eat this mountain like a piece of cake and enjoy.
Exactly. So approaching at the rollover, where is he going to enter the lower part of the face?
Totally, and he's going to jump into it. Yes, with a really nice heat. He is breaking really nicely onto the sunny part out there, making his way back. All right, maybe to go and get some more features out here on the side. No other rider have been here before.
That's definitely the hardest part of the face to ride for the snowboarders.
360ing into the steepest bit of the couloir and then just getting what room. Vaughn Hardwick.
Well,
fun times.
His mom was a professional surfer, so if there's a rider here, aside from Kea Chretien knowing how to do a surf slash, it's Vaughn Hardwick representing Australia.
Getting barreled. All right, fun times. Well, I'm sure.
Look, and he's tapping his head, which means as much as why was I so stupid to do that front punch? Because the rest of the one was really good.
Is that a snowboarder secret move?
Well,
tap your head.
Yeah, I think it's pretty international. Works for skiers as well. That was the front punch we saw. The rest of the run was great. Perfect little backflip there. And I like the way he controlled his speed right after this landing. It's so hard to ride on the snowboard. Here's the 360, and then there's the surf slash.
Hand dragged, so much style. Very, very cool. Yeah. Eliot might have found a good buddy there.
Look at Eliot Dänzer smiling. He's stoked. 82 points.
Absolutely. Eliot just got this new haircut last night. And yeah, he's pretty pretty proud of it. Other riders just got into it. It might become a fashion.
You mean there was a lot of different people involved in the haircut?
There's only 2 of them. Fynn Powell was the one with the razor.
Cool. I might announce myself as a client for Obertown to get a haircut. You know?
Let's go. Things are going wild. Everybody's getting haircuts for the last comp of the season over Tauern. Wait for us.
Okay, so Vaughn Hardwick anxiously waiting for the score. Will it be enough for a podium run? He needs 70 points for a podium. Flo Gassner looking up one more time, taking the notes. Benjamin, the grey eminent in the back, making sure everything is going its way. And on the left side, you see Dora Conrad, our head judge, our video judge. 62.67. Well, without the front punch, it would have been a podium run at moment's ranking, but unfortunately, this way puts him to 6th place overall at the moment.
This is putting Vaughn into the 6th place. And maybe, yeah, if he can stay around there, that's what he needs to just keep qualifying for the Challengers next year, which is the goal for now. All right, Hugo Serra.
Well, his goal is clear.
World Tour athlete jumping in the venue today.
Well, Hugo, il veut requalifier pour le Freeride World Tour. Il a déjà passé 2 saisons. And he's really not only coaching a lot of kids to become champions, he wants to be one himself as well, of course.
Absolutely, and Hugo is a champ already. The way he is ascending big mountains, just able to trick in those lines is incredible. Check out the speed.
He's such a tall guy, like almost 190, but hardly anyone does the backflips as stylish as him. Arch back, one of his trademark moves.
Absolutely, and yeah, man, adapting your riding to your body and making it look smooth, this is the goal. All right, Hugo playing out there. Yeah, it's beautiful 360 over the rocks.
Nice frontal 3, a bit of a different angle than the other riders, allowing him to fly a bit further and finding a nice tranny. That was super well thought out, showing all his experience in line choice.
Absolutely. This is when experience can tell, right? And he is making it to the main couloir out there.
Okay, a mandatory entry with the backside 3. Unfortunately, into a front punch. Ah!
Oh, what a shame, Hugo. That was so sandy, and he definitely has those tricks.
It looked so well controlled, speed check, and as he landed his 3, it looked perfect, but then things went wild.
Really, really nice jump out there as Hugo keeps going full speed towards the finish line. Man, it's going to be very interesting for the judges. Because they might, I don't know, we'll see. Chances are they might just take off the points of the 360 out of his score, and Hugo is still able to do something nice. Or maybe not.
The only snowboard man so far putting 2 360s in a run, that upper one frontside being super nice. And then here it looks so controlled. Gets his speed check in, gets on the frontside, gets a bit of a hand drag, lands it, and then looks like the board sinks in a bit and he catches his backside edge, sending him into that little tumble. Whew. Hardly time to catch your breath with all the action happening so fast.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, Hugo looks he looks pretty stoked. I mean, that was such a fun ride.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen him angry or grumpy. You have?
All right, 51 points, and this is the 8th place for Hugo. Unfortunately, he's been losing some points in that landing.
That will
all of them.
will make one person very happy. Eliot Dänzer, who is in lead right now, knows he'll end up on the podium today because we have only 2 more riders left in the men's snowboard category.
Watch out, because this is the leading rider at the moment, Sacha Balicco on course. He's been 1st in La Rosière and then 3rd in Montafon, 5th in Nanda. Sacha's been playing onto all of the faces, and I think this is the plan for today too. Yes, nice 360 at there. finding the right slope. Beautiful landing.
Yeah, with all the confidence of the leader of the pack, he went through the start gate super fluid, connecting all the features with a great pace, not hesitating at all at any of the takeoffs.
Nice grab. Sacha is coming from a freestyle background, but man, the way he eats backcountry, yes, with another nice hit is just really nice to watch. Big hit out there.
Landed on the rock, but kept on riding. That was spectacular. That'll be really interesting to see the replay. If he had the wrong angle there, wow,
absolutely.
Another 3.
Yeah, very stylish 3. It's so cool how to see that, yeah, he can just grab anything and be very fluid in the air.
And he can even land on the rock and keep riding. That was really a spectacular move. Approaching the lower part, here comes the mandatory air into the locals left couloir. This is what took Hugo Serra out. Sacha also with the backside 3, but he manages to stay on his feet where Hugo Serra couldn't.
Absolutely, he kind of took it a little easier on the takeoff, and that, that gave him all of the control that he needed afterwards.
And all his focus will now be on bringing this home. So controlled so far, landing all the 3s. What's he going to show us at the last jump?
Nice, and a good hit. He did not decide to land in between the rocks. He stayed on the side, and he had a perfect virgin landing out there. Nice, with a nice last air at the bottom. You can see his board is like vibrating onto the little waves at the bottom. It's not as easy as it looks, and that was a really beautiful ride from Sacha Balicco today. Check out that 3.
And also smart, because he took a lot of risk at those jumps, you know, putting in a couple of 3s and then deciding at the very end not to put it all at stake, but rather taking it home. Unfortunately, we don't see the middle part where he landed on the rock, but we see the beautiful backside 3 and his last jump.
Absolutely. It's very interesting because we've got this type of riding, like very playful, and then getting in the steep and keeping going playful, really showing the control that Sacha has. And then on the other side, we've got Eliot's run, very big mountain, straight lining in the middle of the rocks. And yeah, I feel this is all right for me. Everybody's got his own style.
That's the whole idea of free riding and free ride judging. That you know, on any given day, any given style should be able to win a competition. For the 3rd place, he needs 70.67. That's Christophe Charlet right now on 3rd place. Let's see what Sacha Balicco's score will be today.
Absolutely, riders getting inspired, and yeah, just making friends, because it's so much fun when those 2 types of riders start riding together before and after the comp.
Oh, totally. I was always the big mountain ride type, and they got given a lot of shit, you know, when I showed up in the park. Obviously not really where I felt comfortable, and the other way around, when I took the freestyle guys up to the big mountain lines, I was laughing at them. So it's really inspiring to ride with a lot of people, riders from different backgrounds. So once more, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know the live scoring, you just go to liveheats.com, enter FWT World Tour Challenger Kitzsteinhorn, and you have the rankings of today's competition as live scoring, or you just hang in with us, and you always know who the top 3 are.
Cesar Barin sneaking in to check out the screen and, and get to see how many points this is getting him, because he might not stay on the podium, and he knows this.
Eliot Dänzer, 82, Cesar Barin, 78, Christophe Charlet, 70 points. This is our podium right now, and we're still waiting for the score of Sacha Balicco, and then we wait for the last rider of the men's snowboarding field from Japan, Asato Yoshida.
Oh yeah, and Asato has been sanding in the previous events. In Nanda, I remember he just threw this massive 360 out of the biggest cliff at the bottom, about 12 meters. And yeah, that can show a lot of talent. So if I were those guys on the podium, I wouldn't be so sure yet.
Now that hot seat is hot until the last rider has come through the finish and it's gotten his score. A long time now.
We
that
can
we've been
see
waiting for the score. Yeah.
Chris over there just sneaking in the picture. the organizer of the events, putting so much effort into this.
Yeah,
It's
and we wish him a good recovery because he tore his ACL here on Kitzsteinhorn on Saturday while skiing. So he had to run around on crutches with a knee brace during the last days of madness organizing his event. All the best, Chris, and thank you for almost 20 years of X Override, and we hope you're going to be doing another 20.
Absolutely. Congrats for this. Also, we're pretty keen for going back to the must start and castle races that we heard about.
Yeah, long history in this event. Many different event formats have been used here over the years until it has become a FWT World Tour Challenger for the first time last season. Looks like it's going to continue to be one.
76.33. This is a third place for Sacha. All right.
And now he will try to hang on to this podium spot, but he still can be pushed off and away by Asato Yoshida.
Asato just dropping in, unfortunately getting caught on his backside edge as well. I wonder what's going on. A bit like Arvid.
38 years of age. He's got to be one of the oldest in the field.
He is, I think. But man, there is no limit.
No.
All right,
Here
check this
comes
out.
the front side 3, nice and clean. Well, I did my last season on the World Tour being 42.
All right.
So he has done it a couple of years ago.
Yeah, totally. And you could probably still, if you wanted, I guess it's holding the head.
Wow, full speed turns for Asato in the middle part, making the most out of the fresh power.
Absolutely. Asato pretty stoked about this first 3.
I have him with the 5th place in Montefon and 11th in Ondat.
Check this out, 180
Yeah.
and then back. Asato's got like powder style. And even though this is not powder, he's still going to show that he can.
Yeah, I'm stoked that a lot of Japanese riders are making their impact now on the FWT World Tour events, also on the tour.
Asato getting over that roller and now getting into the middle shoot out there where we have not seen so many riders, only 2 in the beginning. All right, just entering out there.
Following on James Veitch's track.
With some really nice turns.
That's the hardest part now. A lot of ice chunk. It gets really narrow as well. Will he find a good exit from this cooler? He gets onto the ridge, lines up a cliff, and there he goes with a big 360. Probably the biggest today, landing on some bushes, belly covered by snow. Having a bit of a butt check at the bottom with so much speed that he could not quite hold it together, but nevertheless, that move was amazing.
Very, very cool. Man, the way he sent that 3 and then was checking his landing and then last minute, just ended up putting it straight back into the slope movement. That was sick.
True freestyle snowboarder style, only putting the board straight when you have to for the very last moment, making it look very spectacular. Can't wait to see the replay of this beautiful 360 at the bottom of his run. There we go, lines it up. 180 and really late turns it around to finish the 3.
You can tell he's so agile.
So confident too in the air.
Asato is a cat.
Wow. Asato is a cat. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the last rider of the men's snowboarding field on today's 2025 X Override Kitzsteinhorn See-Kaprun FWT World Tour Challenger by Orage. Probably also one of the longest competition names in history. And we have Eliot Dänzer in the lead, and you just saw the last rider in this category, Asato Yoshida. Can he challenge the podium, or is Eliot Dänzer, Cesar Barin, and Sacha Balicco the top 3 of the day?
Well, well, well. Asato rocking his board. Asato's been traveling for like 6 weeks in Europe. He's been going all over, just exploring places, making new friends, doing the proper ski bum life. And yeah, this is how you want to do it.
And I would say he earns the move for the most baldy 360 of the day. That was really nice, Asato, that last move. Congratulations.
He does. And man, it's so something to adapt to the terrain. Asato is from Hokkaido. That's where he rides most of the time. And it's definitely something else, like powder, the quality of the snow. 66 points. Well, this is a 6th place for Asato Yoshida today.
And here, the man right next to him is all smiles Eliot Dänzer, winner of today's snowboard category at the Kitzsteinhorn with 82 points. I'm sure we'll have a ranking up here in a second.
Let's
there
go.
he is. Congratulations, Eliot. That's a round of applause for you.
Millet man, this is you.
Ahead of
from now on.
a thick pack of Frenchies. Cesar Barin in second with an amazing run. Sacha Balicco in third, and Christophe Charlet just been pushed off the podium to fourth.
Absolutely. Followed very closely by Marc Robert and Asato Yoshida.
Exactly. Well, a great way to start today. Great performances by all the snowboarders. We saw that the conditions are tricky, especially in the steeper part of the face, but nevertheless, there was awesome performances.
Absolutely. This is our top three out there on the podium. Eliot, Cesar, and Sacha. Those guys are quite used to podium, and you know what? That might just turn into some World Tour Pro qualification very soon. Eliot very, very stoked that he could finally put a run. Yeah, that actually is going to make the difference.
Well, that's definitely going to shake up the overall standings a little bit. And those riders are going to go into the last event in Obertown with a new ranking. But we are with the next category.
Absolutely. And France is going to kick the things off with Dora and Lou. Selina Weber also. Anna Orlova is here today. We've got Julia, Tiffany Perrotin, World Tour Old Rider, Bryony, Sarah, and Mikaela Hollsten. Mikaela's been here since 2014. She's been around for so long.
It's going to be such an amazing finish today. BIP 21, Sarah Bacher. She leads the pack right now going into the last two events. And then Mikaela Hollsten has won here, I think, 3 times and competed about 15 times. So that's
She's
going to
done
be
6 podiums on the
That's
Kitzsteinhorn
amazing.
phase since 2014. So like in 10 years. Her her statistics are more over like 50%.
that is amazing. Reminds a bit of Marcus Gauguin, who has either podium finished on Field World Tour or crashed in the last few years. So here we go. Dora Kuentz, age 23, current ranking 9 in the world.
Et c'est parti
in the
pour
Challenger
Dora,
series.
23 ans, qui s'élance dans la face.
Bonjour, Dora.
All right. Man, Dora looks, yeah, she makes it
She
look
looks
nice.
fast. No hesitation, the upper part, going for the first cliff. Beautiful jump, lands it. Piece of cake for Dora Kuentz. Very fluid and fast upper part. Stoked to see the ghost riding at that speed.
Absolutely. She is finding her way. There's so many rocks on this face, but she knows exactly where she's going at there.
Second air. Awesome fluidity so far. Really making the most out of the fresh snow.
Absolutely. Dora's training in Les Cibelles in France, and a tiny resort. Well, when she goes out and travel, she is definitely here for the show. Wow, the snow looks really hard there where she landed, because she did have some trouble braking, even though she was on her toe side.
Well, as soon as you get to the Lucas right or rider's left parts of those bowls, this is where the most sun affected, and also with the way the wind blew tonight, this would have the least accumulation of fresh snow, and we could see that on her fronted edge, it was really hard to hold on.
Yay, Dora out there. She is a grass riding. She found a nice little entrance, and the bushes were definitely inspiring her, apparently. All right, and she's getting into the steepest bit. They're choosing the left main couloir.
Well, right in the middle of the Nar over this big nose. Is she going to go left or right? She's actually going to go right through the middle.
Oh yeah, braking nicely, yay, with a nice little jump out there in the steepest bit. And Dora coming into that virgin patch of powder. Whoa, what is she up to? She might be finding an entrance, and yes, Dora aiming for the double 1-2. The slough is coming right behind her as she's escaping in front of it.
Spectacular middle part and the steeps for Dora Kuentz as she has to escape a little slough slide.
Totally. All right. Well, that was some really nice entrance in the middle of that double-looking cliff, and yeah, very nice execution as well. Well done, Dora. Good job out there opening the snowboard women field today at the 2025 FWT Challenger by Orage.
At Kitzsteinhorn, See-Kaprun.
Very nice. Okay, I am very, very excited to actually see all of those women now in the field because, yeah, Dora's just shown you can have a lot of fun up there. You need to be careful. It can be tricky. And then you can showcase your skills into the steep snowboarding game in the
Spectacular
middle.
footage here at the lower part. You could see the slough following her, and she really had to make sure she was on her feet and quick out of that area.
Absolutely. I wonder if she knew that the slough was following her.
43.33. Obviously, with those two little mistakes, the judges have to consider those mistakes.
They do. That is so unfortunate. So basically, remember that you start your score at 50, and then every awesome thing that you're going to do is going to get you more points between 50 all the way up to 100 eventually, 100 being the max. And every time you're going to make a mistake, it's going to be deducted points. And so that can take you down from wherever you are all the way to 0 if it's a really big mistake.
And it's only one overall score between 0 and 100, but the judges take into consideration your choice of line, your fluidity, your air and style, the amount style of jumps you do, the control, and last but not least, the technique. So all these boxes want to be ticked in order to get a great score at the end.
Absolutely. Next rider there in the start gate is Ruiz from France. Lou from Teen. She is part of the Free Ski Academy here with Le X. And c'est parti!
Le X is Xavier Troubat, the coach and the heart and soul of the Free Ski Academy. 10 riders today in total from the Zag Free Ski Academy. Shows
Absolutely.
how great a job they do with the young riders.
Totally. And Lou's already been jumping at there on the top features, having fun. Yeah, that looks like a pout, eh?
It is a powder, at least until you hit the big rollover at the bottom. So you better enjoy the powder while it's there. Big exposure to her right. Drops off about 20 meters, so you don't want to make any mistake there and lose your edge or grip.
Absolutely. She is aiming for another nice drop. Yep, from the top. Carefully choosing her entrance at there. Very nice execution from Lou. Although that is where, yep, that is exactly where the snow gets tricky and it's hard to keep control. So I feel like she knew it and, yeah, decided to play it safe. Had a really nice landing. This is working out.
Doing her media work as well, going right past one of our photographers, which was spread out throughout the face. And going all the way to the far locust left. I think the only two riders of the day so far going to this area were Eliot Dänzer and Marc Robert. And for Eliot, it paid off. Winner in the male snowboard category.
Oh, yeah. Nice air there. She's entering this new zone. Woohoo!
Wow, big jump. No hesitation. Going into the steep part of the face. That was a true highlight of the run so far. Wow.
She came in so fast towards the jump. All right, and Lou keeping going. Oh, yes, towards the gnarliest part. She knows where she is. She knows there's one tree on the side of the face. And where is she going to go now? Traversing over to this new couloir where nobody has been yet. Oh, yeah.
Maybe she changed that because she knew Marc Roberts went to the cooler on the left, sending all the snow sloughing out. So she went for this cooler on the locust right, which is virgin. And going for an exit there. Spectacular setup there.
Yes, check out that bottom cliff. Beautiful riding from Lou.
Oh, no! Look, what are you doing?
Sally getting caught in her head. Oh, just hit the ground, but apparently not. No, it's just a bummer.
She put an amazing run down with all the difficulties, big jumps going through the Nor, and then just as she was going to turn and point to the finish line, she gets hung up at some old traverse tracks, sent to the multiple front punch, and she's angry. You can tell in her body language. She just can't believe it.
It's just such a shame.
Neither can we.
Yeah, none of us is. It was such a good riding, and honestly, when the last thing that you had to ride before the finish gate, ends up like this. I mean, it was such a big commitment for her to get into this very gnarly couloir and then jump out of it. It's definitely what we want to say if what she is capable of like 100 times and this is what she had to do today, and this is the game, Lou.
And like top to bottom, it did not look at any time like she was in trouble. She was so safe and sound and rode so fast through the most difficult parts, and then she gets taken out here at the very end. What happens there? A little traverse track as she's trying to get in the front side, throws her off balance and sends her into the tumble.
Absolutely. Lou says she's also a cat. Do you know why? Because she just sleeps and eats all day long.
Well, it looks like she finds some time for snowboarding and training in between.
Absolutely. No, Lou is definitely a cat on snow, and we would just want to see much more of this, really. This is not the end of snowboarding life.
Oh, well, just when she thought she had it and she was past all the difficulties, that's when the drama happened. Well, you know you can do it, and you have another chance this weekend in Overtown. Take that anger and channel it into more positive energy for your next run. Ride just like that all the way to the finish, and you'll be at or near the very top.
This is definitely your only choice. The next rider out there is, last but not least, Selina Weber, and she's second in the ranking at the moment. Selina, the German rider, she did a first place at the last comp in Nanda with a fourth in La Rosière and a sixth in Montafon. 25 years old. Selina Weber getting height out there in the start gate and ready for the run. Is she on the phone? Oh, yeah. Selina just sending some love messages before the drop in, and this is how you get ready for some of the ride.
Well, she might also be talking to a coach at the bottom. Maybe she has a similar line to Louis and getting some advice or feedback. Multimedia has definitely changed and connectivity, that the way riders, the amount of information that riders have as they leave the start gate. Yeah, you can watch the live stream and then just
absolutely
drop in knowing what all the others did right.
And Selina dropping in, and she is aiming for the front part at the top.
She is a winner of the FWT Challenger just a few days ago, really.
Absolutely,
So
she's grabbing already on that little fight. She is such a playful rider. Yeah, Selina's been competing for a while. She's definitely gained a lot of experience in the past few years, shredding around with, yeah, all of the competitors.
Also winner of the Pitstall Wildfest a couple years ago, a very crazy competition at the Austrian Pitstall Glacier, which is a top-to-bottom speed event. So whoever's down first wins. So you have to have a lot of determination for this event, and to win it, wow.
Nice drop out there, and she is definitely controlling her speed nicely over the tricky part. Yes, good shredding out there for Selina Weber. Remember, the face is 680 meters long, and you really want to adapt your speed, adapt your rhythm, so you can make it all the way to the bottom without your legs letting you down, that is for sure.
And the lowest part is the most cruel some, with steepness up to 45, 50 degrees and old avalanche balls and some hard patches. So you want to reserve some of the energy in your legs and body for the lower part.
Absolutely, because that's probably going to be the most demanding. And Selina, all right, getting some really nice face shots. Snowboarding looks so cool. Yeah, and she is over there at the top of the main couloir and about to drop in.
Speed check before the entry to the steep part. Great control. So hard to get rid of the speed at the landing. You're landing in a 35, 40 degree slope, and then it's hard underneath this very thin, soft layer of snow, and you have avalanche balls and you have all tracks. So super challenging this part of the venue.
Absolutely. Although, yep, Selina knows what to do in the steep part, and she is going for another feature. It looks like, yes, she is aiming for it. All right, finding an entrance didn't work out, so no worries coming in the middle out there. Oh, well. Very nice adaptation and finding some more snow on this beautiful shady side out there.
Two nice powder slashes, wide rooming herself. And let's hope she can stay on her feet and not suffer the same fate as Louis before her.
Absolutely, because this is what matters. You got to make it all the way clean to the bottom.
And she did. Selina Weber from Germany does put a clean run down. It is in the finish area.
Absolutely. All right. Selina is the in second place at the moment, and there's only one woman from Europe going to the World Tour next year. Could it be her? Check out those really nice drops out there at the top of the face. As she was, you can see she's taking a peek, checking out where she's gonna land. Yep, and going for it. This was her last hit out there as she's controlling, using her top body to balance all of it. All right, and she's got a pretty good smile on her face. Selina happy about this. And taking the lead with 65.33 points.
Solid and clean run. As I said today, it's crucial to put a clean run down. We saw it in the men's snowboarding category that actually only a couple of the top riders managed to really stay on the feet top to bottom with the challenging conditions we have. So let's see what Anna Ola, with all her experience of 34 years, can do with today's conditions. Also her, a rider with many, many years of competition experience. Anna Olova making the most of that beautiful part top, but it really feels like you want to go up there and ride yourself. Sunshine, powder, and lots of room for fresh tracks. Visualization is a really big challenge here at the Kitzsteinhorn because the venue is so big, so you have to really cover this whole face from top to bottom, 680 vertical meters, which transfers to about 1.5 kilometers that you have to ride down, and you really want to be prepared. And some of the areas, especially at the locus left in the upper part, are really hard to check out, so the riders here mainly rely on drone footage to find the lines. And Selina is all the way on that locus right or riders left with a super agitated and fast run, collecting various features. And we'll be very interested to see where she drops into the lower part. Looks like we might see a completely new area as she's still far over on that locus right. Coming back in the middle part of the face, well, she competed at only one of the challenges so far, which was in La Rosière, and she won it. So with two good results here and in Overdown, she has all the chances to go back to the Freeride World Tour, which has seen her competing before. Mandatory entry into the big couloir. Very smart move, take it a little sideways into a fresh powder pocket, landing right on her backside edge and being in full control at every moment. Very well planned and executed jump here.
Smooth riding from Anna as she's aiming for the next cliff. Apparently she is trying to spot an entrance, not finding one, and just, yeah, making it easy through that middle part.
Yeah, you want to avoid to slide down your backside edge as much as you can in snowboarding, so you want to really link those turns no matter how difficult the conditions.
And she's going for some grass riding over there, just hopping over them.
Third time today we see an athlete doing a grass ride. Well, the Lackerschneid provides it all: snow, rocks, cliff bands, grass and bushes to ride on.
It does. All right. And Anna making it smoothly to the bottom.
Let's check out the replay. Really like those top jumps where she not hesitate anywhere. Going into most of them with a lot of speed. And also great idea to go all the way out there to that far locus right to find all the fresh snow. Hardly crossing a single track in the first 30 seconds of her run. So at the moment we have Selina Weber leading the girls snowboarding ahead of Dora Kuentz and Ruiz, 65 points. It what Anna needs if she wanna push Selina Weber out of the hot seat. So both girls are anxiously waiting for the score.
Absolutely. It looks like a bit like for the main category, the judges have set All right, this is 60 points for Anna Orlova. So 65 points for Selina Weber. It probably means that the judges are expecting something else from the women category. And next rider getting out of the gate. Let's go. Giulia Bottazzen, the Italian rider, is sending it.
Giulia's still waiting for a podium finish in this year's Challenger. She is a 4th, 5th, and an 8th place is what she managed to put down so far this year.
Check out this like mini triple. She's just bouncing from rock to rock with a lot of, fluidity. Giulia Bottazzen, well, she was making it clear that her favorite food was anything very, very nourishing. And from an Italian rider, that makes sense. And that definitely gives her the power. So it's interesting to see that athletes, do take into account what they eat, definitely for free riding. That was a really nice drop. I think we missed a bit of it, but...
Yeah, Giulia, part of the Innsbruck freeride community. Although I talked to her at the last competition, she's ready to move on to, do a couple of seasons somewhere else. So it's really interesting how this lifestyle kind of, the passion for freeriding steers the lifestyle of all these riders. Do a couple of years there, maybe a couple of years in Innsbruck, a couple of years in Verbier, do a season in Chamonix, get to know the people, the language, the vibe, the culture.
Absolutely. Oh, check out that big drop that she just did. Unfortunately, she got a little caught in the landing, but that was really good looking. Yeah,
overshooting the trend a little bit. I think Eliot's drags on this double. I like that. Great line choice by Giulia. Not quite being able to hold it together, but it was a really great move to go for that double.
Absolutely. She is doing the line that she really wanted to do, no matter what.
Wow. And now look at all this exposure. That cliff bend right to her left drops up for about 100 meters. So.
All right. And she is dropping into the steepest bit of the face. She is aiming for that little very, very narrow part, it looks like. The one that Eliot Dänzer took the win on in the snowboard man category just before. And yes, Giulia is going for it. She's going over all of those rocks with the stuff. And coming to the side. Yeah, she is resting for a second, back on her toe edge, and flying out of it. All right, making it. This is real big mountain skills out there for Giulia Bottazzen.
Yeah, after Marc Roberts going down through his chute and taking out most of the snow, I'm sure it's really, really hard to ride with not so soft snow anymore. But Giulia did really well and stayed fluid all the way through this super narrow channel.
You're right. Marc Robert was out there. Eliot was just on the side of it. Easily. Well, yeah, very, very cool riding. This is another style that Giulia is bringing into the women snowboarding category today. And yeah, knowing that she's coming from downhill skateboarding, and yeah, the top part was probably more what she's used to, but no, she definitely likes steep and gnarly. All right, check out that hit. Unfortunately, it looks like it's the same hit that has been taking down the first riders. And this is when Giulia decided to, go for the double. She was a little bit backseat in the landing, which...
Almost holding it together. It looked like she had it.
Yeah. Yeah, she's going to be really stoked. Unfortunately, the judges are not going to be able to reward this as much as they could because of the little mistakes, but...
Yeah, but if you ride a spectacular line like she just did, who cares about the judges anyway? It's about, we said before, it's about setting yourself a challenge and then,
It's about the public as well.
Exactly.
More than the judges. Judges are only 4.
Exactly.
You
you made us happy and all the 1,000 people who are watching live stream right now. So great job, Giulia. We truly loved it.
Absolutely. 44.67 points for Julia.
That is still a very solid score given the couple of mistakes she had. So you could tell the judges really worried her line choice and ambition to go for an R.
That's right.
Tiffany Pertin, 36 years of age and with a lot of experience. Yeah, she has been on the Free World Tour before, and
Free
that's
World
where
Tour
she wants to go back.
Absolutely, back on the Challengers, and as much as she's in for the fight. Ooh, check
Wow,
this
look
out.
at that first turn. A money turn, just a couple seconds into her run. That's going to make the news tomorrow.
This is so Tiffany. Yes, and going for a first beautiful drop out there. Tiffany is here, you know what, on the Challenger this season, on a holiday. Yes, and Tiffany's never ridden so well then when she's on a holiday. So you know what? No pressure, just go for what you know how to do. Have fun, and that's definitely a good way to win.
That mindset is so crucial in a freeride competition. If you're thinking too much, it doesn't work. Obviously, you have to switch on your brain as you're riding. You don't want to go to the wrong areas. But you have to be somewhat loose in order to, you know, enjoy the riding and not just make it too much of a complicated or sophisticated job.
Absolutely. Very nice riding. They're in the middle of all of those features. Tiffany, yeah, she's been here before. She knows what's going on. And in the middle of all of those rollers, she's making her way to something probably spicy at the bottom because she likes a big mountain as well. All right, Tiffany taking off on the grass and jumping into that canyon. Yes, really nice control. All right. All right.
Lining up the big entry rock. We've seen Selina Weber jumping this one very smartly. And wow, right off the nose. Great speed control. Making use of the whole slope to that locus left to get rid of the speed. And finding some fresh powder. I think it's pretty smart to ride all the way out there where we haven't seen a lot of tracks yet. Allows you to ride more fluid and link those turns better than in the middle part that's a bit more skied out.
She knows she doesn't want to make a mistake there, and yeah, she wants to go for something sweet in the middle, so she just, flew in between the rocks. Ooh, she might be going.
Are we going to see another grass ride?
Oh, yeah. Let's go. Rocking through the grass, Tiffany Pertin, and then she is flying down to the finish line. Check out the leg strength that you need to do this. Whoa, really, really nice riding from Tiffany, playing top to bottom, being in control when she needs to. Experience is paying after years and years, more than 10 years competing at there. Good job, Tiff.
And there's Hugs waiting at the bottom. What else can you ask for after a great freeride run? Right off the highest part of that top cliff, riding it out to that ride. So that was really well executed. And I like the grass ride at the bottom as well. You could basically turn it into a double grass ride, just pointing it towards the finish for after the first one.
Absolutely. Tiffany's been training in Verbier most of the season. She's been working so hard as well, teaching snowboarding during the day, being a physio at night, and all of this so that she could come on the Challengers right now and be free for a month and a half for this. This is so much dedication.
So it's going to be tight with Selina Weber, who's in the lead right now with a score of 65.33. I totally see Tiffany somewhere up there in that area.
63 points for Tiffany, just below Selina Weber, putting her in second spot.
Wow, we're down to the last three competitors in the girls snowboarding field on this year's FWT Challenger by Orage, X over Kitzsteinhorn, Zell, See-Kaprun.
And this is Australia back in the start gate with Brianna Johnson, although she is currently staying in Innsbruck. Yeah, Brianna's really excited to rock this phase. She's been learning how to ski in Manhattan in Australia, but man, so dedicated to come over here in the Northern Hemisphere in a first hit to enter the phase.
And it's so cool to have those two Australian girls on the tour, Brianna Johnson and Sana Farrell. Really bright spots in this field of competitors. Yeah, that was a nice shifty. That's how you wake up the judges. You show them, hey, I'm confident, I'm not scared, I have capacities, you know, for a little trick up in the air. That's really smart to do something like that up there.
Absolutely. Watch out.
Yeah. I'm so happy we have those drone shots. Like in early years, we had basically a Barbie camera only, and now it's so great to have the drone following the athlete. It gives a totally different perception, you know, of what they have to do, and of the steepness and exposedness.
Very true. All right, Bryony just like making her way, knowing where she wanted to jump, and aiming for it, no doubt. All right, and she's now traversing. Apparently, she is aiming for our looker's left side of the face. Other really nice turns into the big snow desert. She might find some rocks on her way. Yay, with a really nice hop. Yeah, kind of transferring and landing.
Amazing how she jumped and she took off so early, flew over what looked like the original takeoff area and landed right in the transition. Great jump there.
Absolutely, and as she is getting into the left side gully. All right, she's going in between the rocks out there. Coming to play, she might find some really nice snow in that last shady part. The sun is coming up now, but no, she's coming back into the sun part.
And now she has only two options, the Marc Robert's couloir or the Louis Ruiz couloir. Both are really challenging and demanding, probably a bit sloughed out, so she's ready for some gnarly action right now.
Absolutely, she just had to put a little hand to get her control back again, and yeah, oh, she's flowing down this low side. Is she gonna get towards this side? All right, yes, coming out with a beautiful air of that steepest couloir.
I was really amazed how fast and fluid she rode through couloir. It's so narrow and so hard to ride, but no problem for Bryony Johnson today. Wow,
absolutely, and after
very good run overall.
Almost 700 meters of elevation, she still has some power in her legs and just bounces up that last rock out there. All right, very strong riding, top to bottom for Bryony today.
I think we got to close. So Bryony Johnson's run is going to be a real threat to Selina Weber's lead. 65.33 right now for Selina, leading the pack, and second place is Tiffany Perrotin at 63. Really solid riding by Bryony Johnson, top to bottom.
All right, we've got kiddos at the bottom waiting for their score.
And you see the smoke rising from the judges' heads as they're really trying to get this right. As Elise said before, it's not crucial, the actual score, it's just the comparison that counts.
64 points.
Oh, 1 point below Selina Weber, that's so close.
Absolutely, so she is sneaking in between Selina and Tiffany. All right.
And with only 2 riders left, she's guaranteed a top result today. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we have Sarah Bacher, the current leader of the girls snowboarding field, and then Mikaela Hollsten, the multi-time swimmer. So 2 of the heavyweights of today's competition come last in the snowboard women division.
Absolutely, and they're an absolute threat. Sarah Bacher is definitely down to be on the World Tour next year. Yep, and she believes in it. She just had a second place in Nanda 2 weeks ago, and then a second place in Montafon. And off she goes, Sarah Bacher on course.
Wow, right out of the gate and over the first rock. Great start by Sarah Bacher. No hesitation. Also showing the judges that she's there, she's awake, and she's ready to rip and rumble.
Absolutely, and she's got some of the Innsbruck crew here to support.
Including me.
That's what I'm talking about. Definitely, there's really, really good vibes out there. I feel like if you live in Innsbruck, you always find ski buddies. Nobody works out there.
Yeah, well, everyone's studying, and there's about 35,000 students, and rumors go that they're all there just to ski and downhill bike and climb and paraglide and whatsoever.
The gnarly studying. Whoa, and Sarah is just getting so close to the cliffs out there, although she knows where she's going.
Yeah, she said me she kind of wants to go close to the cliff because she feels like not a lot of people are going to go to that area, and she was right. There was a lot of fresh pow.
Absolutely, with a really nice jump to get out of it. You can see her board. Man, it doesn't look so nice in some places. It looks tricky.
Yeah, I mean, that powder layer that we got over the last 2 days, it's not thick. It's 10, 15 centimeters. Sometimes you have really enough to put a great powder turn in, and sometimes the old tracks are feelable, and then you see that the rider's board get a bit wobbly. But Sarah doing a great job in staying away from the tracked out areas until this point where she can't really do so anymore, but collecting a lot of powder turns. Great angle this jump, allowing her to go full speed, and now she's ready for the Nor. I switched to my binoculars.
You go. Oh, nice jump. She was just
Whoa.
rocketing out of that first jump, and now
no hesitation going to
Really?
steep. The judges are going to love that. You know, obviously when you stop before a jump and check, it's not worth as much as if you come in from behind and go right over with the speed coming from the last turn. And she did that so well.
absolutely, you can see, how strong her control is. And on this side of the face, popping over some grass. Wow, and braking heavily, going against gravity out there.
Yeah, and she's playing it smart. I'm sure she has seen the problems of a couple of riders in the lower part, and the least she wants is to be taken down by one of the ice balls at the last couple of turns.
Absolutely. And yeah, Sarah making a beautiful job out there at the bottom, full in control and ready for the finish line.
It was a very interesting mix to me because it was a bit of a tactical run, I think, in some parts, but then she took a lot of risk on that big middle air. So really, really interesting combination of styles by Sarah Bachel's run today. But the most important run, she's down, she's clean, not a crash, not a backseat, nothing. So that's gonna definitely push her score.
This is definitely scoring. She's being quite cautious in some places, just making sure that she was going to take off in the right angle. And that's kind of what you want to do in those conditions. Anyway.
Yeah, that was definitely the highlight of the run. Coming in with some speed, stomping that landing, riding it out without hesitation, without any trouble. She's going to be stoked. So what do we look like close to the podium? Selina Weber, 65, and Sarah Brownie-Johnson, 64. Is it enough to push Selina Weber off that first place? Or is she going to make the podium at all? It's going to be really, really tight up there.
All of the ladies are so stoked. That's like a really nice pack.
Look at the
just
vibe.
gathering. And honestly, if they could all be in first spot, they would.
Oh, so close. 65 points for Sarah Bacher. Ladies and gentlemen, Selina Weber, 0.33 points ahead of Sarah. And Sarah only 0.67 ahead of Brownie Johnson. So close, that podium.
Everybody's just sneaking in between the first and the second place. Oh my God.
We have 3 riders within 1 point. That is not a regular occurrence on the Freeride World Tour. Wow.
Absolutely.
That shows how close they are together performance-wise. But we're not done yet. One rider is still up there, and Mikaela Hollsten is on course. And she has won this event in 2015, in 2018, in 2019. She was on the podium in 2017, in 2022, and 24. Almost too many podiums and victories to count. So she knows this mountain probably like no other rider competing today.
Yay, Mikaela going for her first hit, landing in patter, looking very sweet. Oh yeah. Popping some air out there. She is enjoying everything that the face has to offer on the stop part.
36 years of competition experience. The oldest girl in the pack, just ahead of Anna Oliver.
Absolutely. And you can tell Mikaela's so fan of snowboarding. She's moved from Finland to Norway just to be snowboarding every day and now. All right, look at her go. Just, managing her speed really well, landing in the steepest zone. Adapting to the snow quality as well. And she's spending so much time in, she actually lives out of her little van. Yay, 180ing in the flat zone.
But she has watched the live stream, I'm sure, and she knows it's really tight up there. Yeah, 60 point needed for 5th place for the podium. She needs 65. So she definitely has to step it up in the lower part and show us some action.
Absolutely. She's just been going through some grass or rocks, apparently, so we might have missed a hit, but there was definitely something, and she's getting into the steepest bit, into the main couloir. Mikaela Hollsten, yes, hopping out of it, and nicely in control, using her ills and all of her strength. Yep. All right, aiming for her next turns. Mikaela is already spotting something else that she could jump underneath, we can tell.
A very similar run to some of the other girls, so now she still has a chance to,
yeah, beautiful.
Get
and
some
she's
extra
hopping
points.
in the middle. This is the hit that some of the girls were looking for earlier. We could tell that they were not able to find the entrance. Mikaela doing a really, really nice job out of it. And yep, slowly finishing this steep couloir in the middle. Probably happy about this 2 stumps that she just got.
And that's going to be a very tough one now for the judges, with a couple of riders here doing very similar lines. So they're going to, as we said before, it's not about the actual points you award the rider, it's comparing the points you awarded the rider to the other ones who have done a similar run. So that's what the judges are going to do now. They compare those runs and then make sure they take everything into consideration. The jumps at top that we saw here, any potential slowdowns. She rode switch for a while. It's definitely not give her a couple of extra points, as well as the last jump in the lower part. Well, while the action is heating up, Elise is heating up next to me as well. You are sitting on the sunny side today, and the sun is shining in, and it's hot. It's still powder on the face, but it's hot as well. It's end of March, and we're up on 2,500 meters.
Absolutely, the sun is blooming over this face, and riders need to take this in consideration. If I were a ski woman dropping last, I would definitely try to follow the snow quality on the face. For the snowboard women category, though, it looked pretty consistent, and so which is really good, because then the fairness is a bit more kept
so
in the game.
Was Mikaela's run strong enough for the podium? It was not this time. 61.33. That means our winner in the girls snowboard category comes from Germany.
Absolutely, Selina Weber is staying on top of the podium today.
And I'm sure we get the ranking here in a second.
Absolutely, what an interesting comp today.
There we go. Selina Weber taking it home for Germany, 65.33, ahead of Sarah Bach, who's probably going to stay in the lead since she was leading the pack before. And Brownie Johnson gets the bronze medal to Australia.
Absolutely, followed by Tiff. Man, this is so many people just sticking into 5 points between 60 and 65. All right, the little friends out there, yep, super stoked about their runs. Very beautiful riding. And, well, I guess there's some statistics to be made coming from that, because there's only one more comp. And, well, apparently Sarah has been on 3 podiums already. She would, yeah, that's like 3 times 2nd place. So that's going to be very interesting to see how the overall ranking is doing, and it actually, yeah, it might be starting to make sense from now on. All right, this is the start list of the ski men, which are gonna get ready to send it, and we've got Gabin followed by Noah, and then Victor Hale-Woods, Douglas. Wow, this is such a good roster. We've got 28 Jake Mueller, who is the wild card of the day. He's been just sanding so hard all season that it's really nice to be able to see him on one step of the Challengers. Today, Alex Hackle coming from the United States. And then we've got much more there of the Free Ski Academy, and so many different nationalities. And dropping last, Ugo Troubat, who's been podiuming last year. So he's definitely got, something in mind for today. All right, big boy in the start gate. Gabin is getting ready, focused. He's been shredding the last few days, just sending it into the snow park of Kitzsteinhorn. And yeah, he's used to it. He's just such an easy rider, very strong, and he's definitely got something in mind for us. He's had a 7th place in Montafon, doing pretty good. But now he wants more. He just wants a lot more. So Gabin opening it for the skiing category on the 2025 FWT World Tour Challengers here in Kitzsteinhorn. Nice 360 for Gabin, unfortunately bouncing out of the snow and getting sent head down. What a shame for Gabin. All right, he's lost a ski and it will be a no score for him today. That is such a shame. Dude was so pumped.
But I still gotta give it up for all the Free Ski Academy crew. They always charge so hard. I mean, I think on most comps we have seen half of them are crashing, but not because they are bad skiers or riders, but they just always push it and maximize their performance on all their runs.
Absolutely. I mean, this is, the... C'est le nerf de la guerre. That's what we say in French. You just gotta send it so hard nowadays in the men's category. There's no room for mistake. And I mean, even though you still gotta stay yourself, and for Gabin to be able to play out there on the top of this face was the right thing to do, and that's definitely what he needs to keep doing. We know what he's capable of. Anyway, so yeah, just very looking forward to see him on the next ride. All right.
And what he's doing now is really fair towards the other competitors. A rider who has the crash, especially if you lost a ski and get a North score anyway, you're not supposed to continue to run at full speed. You're supposed to, take a line, avoiding the features to keep fresh tracks and good snow for the riders after behind you.
All right, next rider.
Next rider is our ruling freeride junior world champion, Noah Pesera, who got awarded a wild card for this event series after showing one of the most outstanding performances of the season to me as the last rider, last bib in a couple of the freeride junior world championships. He had to do a run in a mogul field and he did it smooth as a cat and won the event, and well deserved to be up here now with the big boys.
Absolutely. Noah's going to be bummed. He just saw his mate getting swapped after his first 360. But all right, Noah's a crazy rider. He's from Val d'Isère, rides at Les Arcs as well, and part of the Free Ski Academy. It's his first year, and he really binded into the group.
Exactly, being only 18 years of age.
3, 2, 1, go.
There was the starter radio, 3, 2, 1 drop.
Noah Pesera on course. Et c'est parti pour le Frenchie. Et il y a du style dans le haut de cette face.
Oui, le premier saut. Joli. Boom.
Excellent. Noah has just such a good mix of style and big mountain riding. He knows how to jump big.
New jump into the couloir.
Yes, and he's holding it so strongly onto his left side. We can tell the control is so hard to keep. But Noah is absolutely,
fighting to stay on his feet. Beautiful 360. Wow. Great action by Noah. We're going to see another trick here. Another 3. Put wild in the air, but nice and clean at the landing.
Absolutely. Such a wild cat out there. But this is 2 3s, 1 big hit. Noah is definitely down to some points on this face.
Yeah, I think you can tell by his body language he's up for something big. He looks like super focused now.
Check this out.
There we go! Flying into the throat of the face with a huge 3, sliding to get rid of the speed.
Come on, buddy, just stay on the right side.
Just holding it together before going over this cliff bed. A shock moment for us and for Noah Pesera. He is standing, he has his skis on, I think. No, he lost one.
Oh, well, unfortunately, as he was just trying to stay in control, he came so close to the rocks and to the cliff that he did lose one of his skis that he might have spotted down there because he's now aiming down. Maybe trying to find it or waiting for his ski dude to go and grab it for him.
Well, he did this huge 360 blind into the big cola and he got a little bit backseated at the landing. It was maybe not so clearly visible on the drone angle, but he then aimed as he was slowing down for a 50-meter cliff band that you definitely don't want to jump over.
Check out how long his
Yeah.
right ski stayed in the air, and the dude's just like skiing on one leg. Oh, how strong.
Bodie Miller style. And now he approaches this big Brian 360. He lands it a bit backseated and gets his impulse to go to the right towards the cliff. We're not seeing it again, but you can tell he is a bit...
He's really bummed, yeah. I mean, this was definitely a really, really cool line, and yeah, Noah knew it. He knew that if it worked out, was going to be sweet. But honestly, like how much control, he knew the exposure that was on the right side and did everything he could to get out of it, which was the right choice. This is when your brain just decides to save yourself, and that was a good move. Unfortunately, the ski being caught is going to lead him to a no score, which is, yeah, very sad because he actually did lose his ski in Nanda already, although he had an incredible run out there. He's got a 6th place in Montafon.
Well, that's what you do when you get a wild card at the age of 18 for the challenge event. You go all in, and then that's what he did.
This is what you do. And, man, there's plenty of time to keep doing the right things out there and make it to the World Tour. So I'm not worried at all for Noah.
Now we can tell how steep it is as we see our ski dude going down, trying to retrieve the right ski of Noah. And man, he just did a 15-20 meter 360 into this area and rode it out. And you can tell our ski dude is having trouble skiing down at all.
Absolutely. It was so gnarly. When you know that there's a roller and you're getting in blind above so much exposure, sending a 360 is definitely next level.
It totally is. Well, but Noah is definitely next level anyway. He is one of those new generation riders who are going to take over the lead.
The takeover.
the freeride world in the next couple of years.
Yeah, he might do.
All right, the ski is found. That's good news. So all our ski dude now has to ride down safe with it.
Absolutely.
So
It's funny, Noah's...
So you can't give Noah enough credits now that we know how early up he lost his ski. So he was still in his turn towards that huge cliff band with only one ski on his feet, but still managed to stop. So yeah, you could tell he was a little bit shocked by what happened as he came to the finish line. But yeah, I think he did really well, Noah, by getting rid of the speed before anything worse happened.
Yeah, absolutely. He did mention that his favorite trick was the 360 sausage. So this is executed when you just try to stay very
The 360 sausage.
very tight and long in the air. And that was kind of something he did in the middle one when he had his little foot out. Although Noah is definitely a stumping man.
Yeah. Well, the stumping one is also the next rider, who we can start talking about while we're waiting for a ski dude. Next up at the start gate will be Victor Hale-Woods. And after many, many years trying to qualify, he now sits on 2nd position. And there's only this event, and they went over down to go on the weekend. So he finally has a true chance to qualify the World Tour. And being the son of World Tour founder and CEO Nicolas Hale-Woods, he said, I'm never ever going to get a wild card, like Noah Pezet did after the victory of the Junior World. So Victor has to earn every of his points to make it to the World Tour, and this is really a chance for him today to do a big step, or maybe the biggest one. There he is, bib number 25.
Absolutely, and yeah, Victor training in Verbier with Paul Danton. They've got such a good team of full-on senders out there. They've got everything they need to get.
And Victor has, in those past years when he was close to qualify to the field World Tour, he went a little bit too big at times. I can remember a last qualify event in Obergurgl, where he went for probably one of the biggest 360s in history of qualifiers, going over 30 plus meters of rock, coming down fairly clean towards the landing, but then still exploding. But I think he has learned his lessons over those past years, and he knows you need to ride a bit tactical at some time. Well, but riding tactical for these guys is a different level anyway.
Absolutely, there's definitely some strategy to have out there. And
but it's like
Victor
Max
Hale-Woods, with his 2nd place in Nanda and 3rd place in Montafon, kind of knows where he needs to stay.
Yeah, but it's like Max Hitzig saying he never rides a World Tour comp with more than 97%, and you see him doing what he does, and he says he's not even at 100. That looks a little superhuman sometimes.
Absolutely, but there's riding for yourself, there is training, and then there is riding on the Challengers, and just as well as riding in order to qualify for the World Tour. This is a very important step as well, I feel like, in the experience that the riders will gain. Because look at Noah, I mean, you just know how to stay alive, and this is what you need to be on the World Tour level.
Well, staying alive is definitely crucial to qualify for any kind of event, but I know what you mean.
Even for 2 nights party. Absolutely. So the judges are ready, and Victor must be buzzing as he's about to send it. He was just checking out the face this morning, getting focused.
And we tune into the race radio. Judges are ready, TV is ready.
With number 25 dropping in 3, 2, 1, go. Dropping in right.
One last moment of concentration for Victor Hale-Woods, and there he is on the way.
All right, dropping in straight out of this big rock on the start gate.
Right away, please.
Let's see where Victor is taking us on the face today. He's just lying down on that flat bit. He likes steep and big, so you know what? He might make short work of this top part.
And this is the first jump into the famous hourglass. We saw Max Hitzig go as a form. We saw it last year's. Wow, not sure how clean the landing was. We couldn't really tell from drone angle, but for sure one of the biggest moves you can do the whole face up there by Victor Hale-Woods. And followed by a beautiful 360. So far a great one.
Absolutely, we could tell the landing was not easy this morning, but looking at the speed that Victor came out of it, he absolutely stumped it. And he's now coming into the rider's left side of the face. There's one track out there that Max Hitzig put this morning.
Yeah, and there's some big features there, and it was obvious that some of the male skiers were going to go this area. It's pretty much the same area that Max Hitzig went to. Crazy jump by Victor, putting it right to his feet. Now he has this warp speed. Can he hold on from the bottom over the ice balls and all the junks? He can.
Absolutely. What a stomp for Victor. That was just incredible. He literally landed in between the rocks in the steepest bit where he had planned to. How smart is this brain to be able to just stick according to the plan?
And it was really interesting to see today how calm he was from beginning on. The moment he left the start gate, you know, you could see in other comments he was all excited. He seemed so calm, like he had a game plan and he wanted to stick to it, and that's what he did. Really controlled and focused riding, like we saw. Really very mature Victor Hale-Woods do his run today.
Absolutely. I think he had a lot of respect for the size of the hit and the consequences.
Let's see if we can get a visual on this landing up there. Was that a full backslap or was it just a backseat? That is going to determine his score, because the rest was simply outstanding.
And check out the massive run
A
there.
sniper landing between the rock and the big cliff wall.
Totally. All right. Well, things are becoming a bit different now. I guess this is the first real score that we're going to get today.
Yeah.
And yeah, it is quite something to be opening the field for Victor. Very, very crazy moment now that we are at the third rider of the category.
So I'm sure the judges will have rewinded, or video judge Dora Conrad will have rewinded a couple of times to the landing of that hourglass jump, because that's going to be a major determination within his score.
Absolutely. So it looks like those two massive hits are the ones of the day in the skiing category, and I believe we're going to see a few more tries out there.
Definitely, and the interesting is that the top hit, called the hourglass, Max Hitzig did it, and he came back to the riders with a statement in the WhatsApp group saying, I went too fast and thus had a tough time landing it. Victor was maybe half a meter shorter compared to Max, so he took the same speed, so maybe he did jump a bit further than he wanted to. But looking at where he landed, it was actually quite smart, because he just overshot a rock by maybe 1 meter. So it could potentially be done at a bit of a different angle, at a bit of a slower speed for a cleaner landing.
Absolutely. There's maybe a slight difference in orientation and there's definitely going to be enough space for some other riders. And for all of those riders and coaches that are actually looking at the live right now, well, this is quite promising. Looking at Victor just stomp it as he won it makes you believe that, yeah, it is possible today.
And once again, definitely an advantage in conditions today where the conditions are quite similar for all riders with a higher bib, because riders are going to now know, okay, if I follow Victor's track to the hourglass jump, I go 3 to 5 degrees more to rider's right and a little slower and maybe a little better. 78, still a very solid score by Victor Hale-Woods. Be super interesting to talk to the judges when I see if that would have been a 90 points run just with 10-point deduction for that landing or not. Well, we'll find out as we move on through the field of skier competitors.
Absolutely, and this is Douglas Nordqvist from Sweden, who is about to drop in, who is 23 years old.
With a solid 4th and a 7th place in Montafon and Nodda, meaning that he's very much up in the game for a free world spot for next year, sitting in 5th overall right now.
Oh yeah, Douglas is training in Kristiansand out there in Sweden. He's definitely used to tough landings, I believe.
Oh yeah, well, Sweden has brought us a couple of masters of Stomptown over the years. Christopher Tell and Rainer Parkred, 2 of those.
Absolutely, in up north. All right, kicking things off, jumping out of the start gate from that beautiful rock.
And I'm sure his coach, Melka Carlson, is watching closely. He wants to thank his coach for the great support in all those years. See, to me, that's a totally different body language to Victor for before. He looks a lot more agile and motivated. See how that reflects in his moves and his landing. Wow!
Wait, that was really, really fast. Just coming straight into hourglass and landing pretty much onto Victoria's feet.
But it seemed like, yeah, he managed to ride it out a little cleaner. Goes so quick, and the drone is right above it, so really hard to see for us. Deciding to skip that feature here, but I'm sure we're going to see more as he approaches the big rollover.
Absolutely, and he is definitely staying to the rider's left. He's Douglas aiming for some of the bigger cliffs at the bottom as well, following, yes, Victor's tracks. Let's go. With a small butt check out there in the landing, maybe a little less lean at Victor this time. That's going to be a very, very tight balance.
Whoa, and I tell you what, that's going to be a really tough one for the judges today. I can't imagine we're going to see a lot of similar runs with those 2 hits. One big difference between Victor and Douglas here was the 360 that Victor put in the middle. Douglas didn't. And for landing, I think they pretty much took turnovers. Seemed like Douglas' landing was cleaner at the top, and therefore the bottom cliff was not as clean. So it's going to be very interesting to
Absolutely,
see that score.
It was such a smart move for Victor to have a 3 in the middle, because indeed with only 2 hits, you need something to make a difference. Wow, that was pretty much on the rock. And then he's opening his leg in order to be able to spot his landing.
Well, a technique we have seen by, was it Fynn Powell, with other rider in Montafon, who was pretty much aiming for a rock in the landing and to spread his legs.
Yeah, 2 of them did. No, I did as well.
To avoid it.
To make sure you know where you're actually landing. All right, well, some very, very nice riding out there from Douglas and Victor. It's an impressive start of the comp, I must say. They might have, the boys might have agreed that this was the winning line. I wonder. Thankfully, there's not so much powder, so there's no bum holes that are going to be created, and they're still able to stick to the same landing.
Yeah, it feels like those 2 landings or those 2 big cliffs, they're potentially gonna hold out for many, many riders. Yeah.
Absolutely, and there's a bunch of them. All right, so the judges deliberating on how much space, who should be first, and then how much space they should leave between those 2 riders.
And I am sure we will have a couple of delays now in the men's skiing field with many similar lines and with very tight decisions today. It's one of the days where the judges are probably going to be hoping that they see mistakes so they can spread the bag. 70.33, pretty much same line without the 360. That's probably determined the score.
Yeah, absolutely. Against the 78 earlier.
Next up from France, Benoit Lamour, and as he gets his start gate, gives me time to read a couple of words because he wants to thank his darling Marine who supported him from the beginning, as well as his brothers and sisters who are everything to him and who look at him all the time. He has been fighting like a lion, he says, for 5 years to get here, and today it's all at stake to realize his long-year dream to make it to a Free World Tour.
Let's go!
So
Et Benoît Lamour qui s'élance. Il est en train de jouer avec tous les kickers qu'il trouve sur le haut de cette face. Big up à sa chérie. Yes! Et gros hit depuis le top. Il arrive à ramener son ski droit super rapidement. Mais quel contrôle! Excellent! Allez, on sait qu'il y a les frères et sœurs qui regardent. Tout le monde est là pour Benoît aujourd'hui. Et c'est parti, il faut scorer. Back flipping out of this cliff. This is the first backflip. Yes, in the skiman category today. All right, and this is kind of his signature hit.
And he has 2 throwaway results, a 19th and a 24th, which he really had to get rid of. So he has to score well in order to stay in the game and then tighten a spot the next year's tour.
Woo!
In the last event.
Check this out. Really nice ascent into the couloir. Something happened there with some snakes maybe catching him, but all right. That was only for a second, and he does keep going. Oh yeah, and this is fast.
There was a big cloud of snow after his huge entry air into the cooler, and we don't really know what happened there, but I think there was some kind of stopper mistake in the snow cloud.
Absolutely. All right. Yeah. Well, he's got some snow in the face, and this is job done for Benoît Lamour today.
Well, waving to his family, potentially not doing the job quite in the way he wanted to. I hope we'll see in the replay what happened there at the big rollover jump.
Absolutely. Look how strong Benoît Lamour. Yes.
Riding out on the inside ski, almost crashing into some of the riders who are hiking up. And look at that, just barely avoiding the flag and some other riders. And then here comes his signature backflip, beautifully laid out. And that's perfect landing.
Absolutely, that was really cool.
So it seems like he lands a bit backseated and comes to a complete stop with a bit of a hit check. Yeah, so that's going to be a lot of points off his wish list.
All right, 55 points for Benoît. Which, yeah, he probably got a lot from the top, but now he's got deducted a good few ones, and we've got the next rider getting ready. This is our wild card of the day, Jake Mueller. He's been kicking things off with his incredible triple backflip at the Nanda BC Invitational in January. That was just sick, and now Jake is just super pumped, and yeah, might as well go to the World Tour someday.
Yeah, Jake and Jem, 2 brothers. Jem competing on the Junior Tour. Both great gymnastics. I mean, they just know to do everything in the air, and just if you give them a pair of skis, they just do it on their skis.
All right,
Jem
and
also
he is
same
going for
angle. Wow.
Stumping it on the rock, but like if it was nothing, I guess, yeah. Jake would probably break the rock if he was to touch it.
But he did show us that with less speed, it's easier to land it. And he also shows us how flawless you can add a 360 here. And I'm sure you're going to see a couple more tricks there by Jake. Here we go.
And one backflip. This is going to make the difference. Jake Mueller just, yeah, playing with all of the features on this face as he's aiming to the rider's left as well. Probably for something big.
So beautiful, the flawlessness that he does his tricks with. Just rides up to the feature and
yeah, getting some energy again in his legs after sanding it at the top.
So we can call this the mandatory, or maybe a little slower than Victor. And definitely a major backseat, but managing to recover before the mandatory right there at the bottom of the couloir.
Oh yeah, he's so fast out of there. Jake just bouncing out of the bottom of this face. And this is another stomped as run for Jake Mueller.
I love it today, Elise, that you're fully on the fire.
I mean, look at the show.
Getting carried away by the show, the boys do.
They really make our job easy because honestly, that's just unbelievable.
Let's look at the sniper landing of this hourglass. I think he rides like with one ski on the rock. Here we go. He sees it in the air. Ooh, I better just put the weight on my right ski.
Interesting. You can tell that his body got sent a little bit forward after. Ooh, after both his backflip and 360.
And that was definitely a bit of a ride on his back with the skis up in the air.
That was back riding.
Yeah, interesting though, it was not at the landing. He landed on his skis, and as he rode it out, he got thrown backwards. So pretty much the same line that we've seen 3 times now.
Exactly. One bigger mistake at the bottom, but one backflip in the middle. You know what? That's going to be very, very tight with Victor Hale-Woods out there. It's so nice that the boys can actually talk about the exact same lines and see, compare how they've both felt in the landings.
Exactly.
Although,
so Victor Hale-Woods in the lead with 78 points. Jake Miller with a similar line. He added a backflip, but did not have a perfect clean landing at the last big cliff. So let's see what the judges have decided.
Absolutely. I love that. Yeah, Jake's just sending all of his favorite tricks into the face. Although this was the first ever time that he's ridden this face and that he's ridden in Kitzsteinhorn. 72 points!
And it was really interesting to see the flawlessness of the tricks of Jake. Whereas at the bottom cliff, Victor, being the big mountain rider he is, rode in with, I'd say, a bit more confident and more straightforward, doing this extra 1 or 2 turns. So you can really see the strength and weakness of the riders mercilessly.
Absolutely. And we've got Xavier Scherwey, 20 years old, getting ready to drop in there at the top. All right. From Les Portes du Soleil, and Xavier is actually riding in Verbier right now. And he's quite new to competing. Big up, Coach Robin Darbelet.
Well, yeah, with a bit too much confidence in La Rosière Montefort, crashing at both events. Therefore, he can just ride totally freely, so to say, because he's got nothing to lose. Sitting in 26th place overall right now, he could just go all in and go for a kick-ass run.
Absolutely. All right. And it looks like he's aiming towards the rider's right for a little change.
Same entry as Benoit. Into the couloir, nicely controlled. That left turn is really a tough one. We've seen two riders do it in one ski already, Benoit and Victor.
And Noah, yeah.
And Noah, sorry, yeah.
Totally. Yeah, nice little hit, just like transferring over that rock.
Landing on the left ski.
Woo! Getting some air out there.
Very playful and enjoying himself so far, Xavier Scherwey.
All right, and he is getting into an area. Hard to see him there. Yes, he is reappearing.
Whoa, similar jump as Noah Pezet. Big stump and a nice transfer jump. Wow, we haven't seen this version of this middle part yet at all. Adding a third one. Super creative line choice here by Xavier Scherwey. I really like the way he connected the features in this part of the face.
Absolutely, he's just jumping everything in that couloir.
Yeah, but it's steep. Snow is not easy. Whoa!
Yeah,
having to ride on one ski again for a couple of seconds.
Because of one of the big balls in the middle, which, yeah, they might turn into something soft, but they're still looking quite hard at the moment. What a nice job that Xavier has done in that middle couloir out there.
Yeah, really hard for the judges now, obviously, to compare the super big mountain approach from some of the other riders and his a bit more playful approach. But I think at the bottom part is where he would have collected the most points.
Absolutely, the top. It's interesting to see how he's been hollying all of the top features. And especially the two first ones that were full of rock.
So this is where the money is. Look at this huge air, perfect stomp, takes the speed with. We didn't see the second air here, unfortunately, but that's the third one, and they were all so nicely connected, really fluid, and the lower part.
Absolutely, and it is 64 points for Xavier Scherwey.
Putting in fourth at the moment.
Absolutely, very interesting riding. And this is Simeon Pavlov, the Bulgarian rider, 25 years old. Simeon really wants to be the first Bulgarian rider to go on the World Tour, and he's got what it takes. So let's go, let's have a look.
Yeah, the Bulgarians are coming up strong. There's also a couple of riders on the junior tour, being 17 and 18 years of age, who are really strong. So stoked to see that also Bulgaria is knocking on the door to be a big mountain
Simeon
nation.
going very left out there and making the most of the spouter. Here was the first hop over the rocks.
Whoa,
Nice
beautiful
360.
combo, opening a new rock and turning into a double, but the second being a 360. Super creative line choice. And
All right. Yep. Simeon being very creative, jumping all of the rocks to have a virgin landing. How pretty is this line? And the view from the drone is just movie line.
almost incredible that after 2 categories down, we haven't seen anyone else in this area before.
Absolutely. Yes,
Another
another 360.
And a big one too. So maximizing his core up there in that upper and middle part in the face, and now he's ready for the Nar.
Totally. And getting into the main couloir. Let's see how he's going to do it. 360ing, of course.
Wow!
Woo-hoo,
Can he get
jumping
rid
it.
of the speed? This is the hardest part of the face nowise.
Yeah, this spot looked actually pretty hard to manage speed for when the snowboard categories were coming down. Simeon looks like he is definitely doing an easy job out of it. Shifting out of the couloir, looking pretty stoked. Wow, I can't count. This is about like 3,000 360s in one face, and he's
Yeah,
still
and I
riding
think-
some steeper stuff.
And I think it was really smart after such a great run and 3 clean 360s, the third one being really, really big. He didn't risk anything in those last 10, 15 seconds of his run and took home what he had. I think this was tactically a very good decision.
Absolutely, just summing points and not losing any.
Look at this top part. He barely gets together after the first landing and goes right for the 360. Such a beautiful combo. Real standout up there. And that was the second one was already quite a long one, and the last 3 was the highlight then. Right into the Nar, into this tracked out and avalanche riddled face. Very, very strong bottom part.
All right, Simeon absolutely believing in some good scoring out there. And indeed, it's so interesting between a playful run and then another one which has 2 massive hits. What are the judges going to do?
What are the judges going to do? Well, it's not our job. Luckily, we're here to bring you the broadcast to entertain you, to give you all the background info, but the judges' job is really to look in depth, to come up with the right score, which is 67.33 in Simeon Pavlov's case. Solid score, maybe lacked a bit the true big cliffs that we saw from some other riders. I think that's where the judges kind
I guess
of
it's
pulled back a little.
Yeah, it's just very different.
Yeah.
Very, very different type of riding. And for now, they've scored the highest score pretty low. So
True.
we're not expecting
Yeah.
major incredible scores. I don't think we'll get into the 80s, 90s today.
That is very true. A 67 might be worth as much as a 77 in other years or competitions.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite mean anything. So it's hard for the riders to know when they get to the bottom. All right. Fynn Powell in the start gate out there. New Zealand kicking it off. Check out the style.
Like all the Kiwi riders have a unique style, from Ben Richards, smooth as a cat on the field world tour, to Mano Bernard and many others who just
And
exceptional skiers.
Finn's just barring it down out there. Are we going to see? Yeah. All right. The way he enters.
Aiming for the hourglass. Is the speed right? Is the angle right? It is. And the landing's right. No
Landing
problem
was so
for the skiers.
right. He actually jumped a bit further than the previous riders. Fynn Powell knows how to flip and spin and jump big.
And another skier has to ride on one ski for a while. You see how sketchy the snow conditions are. It looks like powder, but a lot of times they get caught up with one ski and have to continue
They do.
on the other one.
How much core, though?
Yeah, exactly. That's one reason why I'm happy in the snowboard. I don't have to worry about my skis going left or right or one ski getting left behind.
That is true. All right, Fynn, it looks like he is aiming for the big cliff at the bottom, unless he's got a little variant.
He does. He goes even further over
Looking at it.
and potentially
and
jumps
aiming
into
for
the
it.
next couloir. Solid.
Wow, very, very smooth. Landing at there, just, 2 little turns, and off he goes all the way to the bottom lane. Very, very nice riding for Fynn Powell today. And wow, I think he'll be stoked. After the places that he got earlier, 9th in La Rosière, then 19th and 21, that's definitely something to stay up front, I must say.
I think so too. I definitely see him up there near the podium. We have Victor Hale-Woods with 78, Jake Miller with 72, and Douglas Norquist with 70 points. And he did a very similar line to those, adding a beautiful 360 in the middle. So it's going to battle it out for a podium spot. So it came in at a little bit of a different angle, which was smart. Gave him a new landing pocket.
I didn't see, but he did look like he'd backslapped.
He definitely was compressed. It's so hard to see at this drone angle, and the drone is above the rider. We don't really see how far back the rider leans, but we will see as we get the score. That landing at the bottom was very clean.
Absolutely perfect.
The drop maybe a tiny bit smaller than the one we saw from Victor and Douglas, but nevertheless spectacular.
All right, so between the two past lines on this side were 72 and 78. Is he going to be sneaking in between, or
well, he needs,
or on one side or another? That's a good question.
He needs 70.33 or more for a podium, and then it's all not even halfway through the phase.
All right, and this is 84 points for Fynn Powell. He's absolutely killing the game right now. You know what? First place for Fynn.
So,
all right.
So definitely no control issue at the landing of the hourglass up there. I'm sure you rewind it on the video and checked it out. And congratulations to Fynn for taking the lead.
Absolutely incredible. So that's like six extra points than Victor, which makes that Victor had his score taken down by some of the landing. Rudy Collet on course, et c'est parti.
C'est parti pour Germany. Un Germania comme Aurélien Ducrot, Léo Slemet. Oui. Tous les autres.
Germany. All right, Rudy Collet just, taking the win in Nanda, and definitely here to eat all of this this phase today.
I think all the Chamonixals who go traveling to competitions are very special. Beautiful top air, because most Chamonixals, they like to ride their 50, 60 degree slopes around the aiguille, but it's only so many who venture out and do competitions and ride the Challenger Tour. And they're some of the nicest people I've met in my freeride career.
Absolutely. Very nice spreading goal out there, really in for the play, and some shifty, playing around. Yeah, I guess he wants to keep it safe around here, and now aiming for some bottom cliff.
Rudy won the non-die event, so if he gets a good result here, and then he can be ready for the last bit of a back seat at the entry, but keeping it together.
He's firing down that main couloir. Check this out. The speed that Rudy's got.
How much is he going to risk in the last couple of seconds of his run? A lot going for the corner.
He really wanted to jump one more thing at the bottom, but he was going so fast. It was really hard to actually refrain himself and get the hit, which sometimes you're probably better off flying down.
I think he could have kept going towards the Lucas left and just ridden over the grass. What do you think?
Yeah, that might have been what he wanted, but he came in so fast. All right, interesting. So looking at this top part of the face linked with this bottom part of the face, that's the first time that we're seeing this this morning. And well, interesting. Let's see how we can count points. Really nice landing.
That was one of the nicest landing we have seen at the hourglass here. Deciding not to go freestyle.
Ooh, landing so close. He might have put his back against the snow a little bit on that second.
And it looked like he was going to just turn it into an S at the bottom with a second air, but decided it was too risky and going for a smaller corner air instead. Yeah.
Absolutely. Rudy Collet trying to qualify
you can
for a while now.
You can look at his, you can see at his expression in body language, he's not perfectly happy. I think the upper part he can be very happy with. The lower part probably was not quite up to the standard he had set himself. Still a 74.33, solid score for Rudy. I think that's going to be a big keeper for him. Keeps him in the game for the overalls.
Showing his gloves. Big up to Noah and Cody. The kiddos, looking at that. All right, Alex Hackle.
Another rider with a very unique style from the United States of America. One of the few US riders deciding to compete here on the European circuit.
Absolutely. And coming from a freestyle background, it's so nice to see Alex's evolution on the World Tour Challengers, because check out how talented is this kid. Yes. Let's go, Hackle, hucking it down.
Hackle hucking it down. I like that one.
All right. He probably jumped it even further. Wow. And then a 360, unless maybe it was slightly
it was really corked,
flat or corky.
It was a flat spin. I think we're going to see another one here. This time to the right, taking the variation box. Flat spin left, regular 3 to the right, and he's ready for the Nor.
Absolutely. Alex aiming towards the rider's left side of the face. This is looking real nice.
Deciding to
entering
go
into the beautiful
color.
floor.
Whoa! Oh, new variation.
On your feet, Alex. Come on. Oh, wow. It was just spectacular. Looking at Alex dropping this side of the mountain.
It looked for a second that he was only going to ski down the couloir, but Fynn Powell had his air, but he actually jumped from one couloir into the next one. Unfortunately, running into some trouble at the landing and then just being able to stop before being pushed into the next rock and bush zone. Let's watch that replay.
Yeah, that was just incredible looking.
Just putting one hand down up there. Yeah, here's the slightly corked left. And then we saw the right 3. Here we go. And then let's pay close attention to that last air. So he goes into the far couloir and actually comes out the couloir and jumps over the ledge. Front punches.
Wow, and then putting his ski against himself in order to stop him from bouncing into the rocks out there. Really, really nice save, Alex.
That was such a spectacular move. Like,
I know, how creative was this?
It was amazing.
Very cool. It's what you get when you're coming from another field in freestyle, for example, because you just see the mountain another way, and you can be very, very creative and just have things go through your head that wouldn't happen otherwise.
Oh, it's that, like we said last time, drama and glory is so close together, right? I mean, him sticking that, and with the results he had, he would probably be far up the ranking. But unfortunately, with the front punch, different story. France is our next nation at the start. How do you pronounce it correctly? I'll let you do that.
Yann Violet. Qui se prépare, 23 ans, qui nous vient de Saint-Gervais, ça ride le Mont-Joli tout le temps, et c'est parti. All right, yes. Yann just jumping out of all of the features on his way out there.
Following the footsteps of his idol, Richard Permin. Like that.
Nice little grab already, and coming in for somewhere already. You can tell that he got a little caught. You want to stay strong on those landings, even in the fun zone. And he is playing in between all of those features. The drone is having a hard time following him.
So fast, moving from A to B to C in this playful middle part of the beautiful Lakash night face here at the Kitzsteinhorn above Zell and See-Kaprun.
All right, and one more air.
The first skier of the day to venture over to the Farlocos left side, where we have seen Eliot Dänzer's winning run in the men's snowboarding field today. We already know this is the half pipe that has some of the best snow on the face, but then below it gets really gnarly. Two tight couloirs and a very exposed double.
Here. Whoa, and he's coming in so fast towards this very exposed zone.
That is the same as Eliot has done. Needs to go for a double. Sniper sharp. Can you hold on to it before the next cliff? Not quite.
Unfortunately, just getting stuck in that little hole over there. Wow. Jan doing just like he rode the spine, the only spine of the face. Jan just found it,
But
decided to ride it, and even though it was a half rock, half snow spine, did not matter once again. How much commitment from Jan. Well done.
one of the most incredible line choices possible on this face in today's conditions, for sure. And he always managed to hold it together. That was a really crazy move.
Absolutely. I
by
wonder
Jan
if he,
Vallier.
like the way he came out, he did stump it and then kind of got caught. Maybe it would have been easier if he just had stayed like straight lining out of it. But how much speed would you get? Oh well.
Putting himself onto the exposed shelf with this air, that was already a great move. Totally, definitely no false on. And then no hesitation, going for the spine, taking off early, landing in a big cloud. Unfortunately, he's a bit twisted here, and his left ski gets a bit caught up. And then he ends in this little hole,
Oh,
not
he could
losing
have
his K.
saved it if not for the hole,
Yeah,
honestly.
totally.
Ooh. All right, what a fun move out there at the bottom for the French skier. Jan's biggest dream is definitely to be able to ride down at the extreme in Verbier one day. And well, if he keeps going, fortunately, yeah, all points go down with a hole catch like this.
A crash and a complete stop, already two reasons for the judges to deduct points there.
Definitely, and we've got the next rider in the start. This is Nemo Plagne.
Free Ski Academy represents. Nemo had a great start into the season, finishing on the podium with a third place in La Rosière. Then unfortunately, a 20th and a 19th in Montafon-Onondaga is not what he wants. It's not up to his standard. So he is under pressure to deliver a good result, because there's only one more event in the Challenger Series after this one today.
Absolutely. Oh, well, Nemo's biggest dream, you know what? Is to kiss Birgit. Birgit, if you listen to us.
Well, Birgit has been part of the organizational team of the Open Faces contest. So the other Challenger Series in Austria, Montafon and Obertown, organized by Birgit. So Birgit, this is for you.
Nemo just sending some air, sending some love in there as well. All right. Very, very nice riding. Flying down that first rock. Yes. Nemo's such a strong rider, and then when he brings in style, well, he's going all in out there. Is he planning to spin at some point? Let's see. Yes, beautiful backflip, Nemo, absolutely stomping it. This is what we want to see today.
Wow, he flew so far. I was really worried about him over-rotating, but he knew how to stretch out in the air to stop the rotation and to land it perfectly.
Absolutely, very, very talented rider
All
out there.
right, here comes the blind pyramid.
Yes, and stomping it. Just resisting to the front punch out there very strongly. And then, yep, all right. In the steep zone, controlling everything. Beautiful hop in the middle of the rocks. And it looks like Nemo is absolutely stomping the entire run, which is exactly what he needed. Perfect job out there for Nemo Plagne. Bien joué.
Bien joué, job down, clean from top to bottom. Nice one.
Absolutely, super playful, some big ass rocks and some freestyle in the middle. Yes, really, really good job. Yeah, that was really nice. The way you kind of transfer to be in the right orientation of the landing. And then getting ready for his backflip. Oh, that we didn't see.
Luckily, we saw that in the live. And you can't overestimate, the challenge of this jump. It's blind, and you land in the steeps, and you have so much rocks below, and it's skied out. It's hard packed partly, so great skiing there by Nemo Plagne, especially in the lower part.
Absolutely, really, really good riding.
I see a lot of room in these Salomon seas for more sponsor stickers. So if you want to sponsor a great rider, then Nemo Plagne has some room on his keys for your stickers.
Absolutely, and he'll be around for a little while, let me tell you.
For sure. Well, that's definitely going to be a keeper result. Fourth place so far for 73.33. And as you said before, everything over 70 points is worth money today.
Absolutely. Very good job out there from the French free skier. And we can see him just chatting with Fynn. It's so nice because all of the riders out there just learn how to speak new languages when they're on the Challengers. And it's just really good. Max Zimmermann on course.
Max Zimmermann from Germany. He lives in Innsbruck, studies in Innsbruck, trains a lot with Valle Reiner, who's going to be competing in the finals of the Freeride World Tour on the back to us, maybe already this Thursday. And his dream obviously is to join his buddy on the Freeride World Tour.
Absolutely, and Max is already, a good weight on the face. Yes, going through hourglass, stomping. Just getting a little back-seated up there, but he is coming back.
It's really interesting to see that all riders to choose, beautiful floaty left-hand 3, that all riders choose to land far to the Lucas right and not further Lucas left. It's got to be either the better 20 or they're all lured into this direction from the tracks of the others.
Absolutely. They must have seen something while they were going up as they climbed this morning that made them choose this orientation.
Max going past the mountain rescue, and pretty sure we're going to see a big one to top off his run.
Yeah, Max Zimmermann in for some big mountain skiing. He is hopping on the shoulder out there, and we know what that means. Following the tracks of previous riders.
Tiny bit back-seated, but coming out with a ton of speed. And his dog, I love that when the riders claim it and put their hands up and know they've had a good run. Yeah, Max, very solid.
Absolutely, yes. Beautiful riding from the German rider out there.
There's one happy Max in the finish area here.
All right, yes, that's a smile that says a bunch.
Once again, Dodo Conrad will be rewinding to the landing of that exactly this landing. We got pushed to the back. I'm not sure his back touched the snow, but his hand did for sure. Definitely some deductions there that could make a difference, but the 3 was really clean.
Indeed, it was really nice. There is, I mean, at this level, the real difference is definitely going to be made into what has been done cleanly and what hasn't. And basically, this is in order to have the riders keep skiing safer, because you only get to send it if you know you're going to be able to stump it perfectly.
Yeah, that's very true. 15, 20 years ago, when I did my first comps, there was no such rule, really. You could do a 30-meter cliff and you could land on your back. As long as you kept your speed and you were riding out, you would score. But it got to a point where it was just too crazy, especially skiers would throw down huge jumps, and then it was obvious the judging had to change towards a direction where only safe landings are rewarded the full amount of points. And it is really a big thing for the safety of the riders in these freeride competitions, especially in the ski main category. So,
all right, we're witnessing something very interesting. It's a
snowboarder,
a green animal. There, Eliot Dänzer just apparently won snowboarding, and now he's skiing around the resort, waiting to maybe get a spot on the Challengers as a skier.
Maybe because he goes for après-ski and wasn't sure if he could come here there as a snowboarder.
That's right.
We are waiting for the score of Max Zimmermann. Well, if you want to follow all the scores, just go to liveheats.com, enter Freeride World Tour Challenger Kitzsteinhorn into the search field, and then you can check out the results as they're coming in real time. At the moment, we have Fynn Powell ahead of Victor Hale-Woods and Rudy Collet from Chamonix. That's a top 3, 84, 78, and 74 points. And we're still waiting for Max's score. Max Zimmermann from Germany, Innsbruck-based.
Yeah, he loves riding in Hochfugen. How do you pronounce it?
Hochfugen?
Yeah.
That's really tough for a French native speaker, I know.
Absolutely. Although it's so nice to be coming here in the Salzburg area and then passing through Innsbruck. You know, there's so many resorts out here in Austria. I can't recommend that enough. I mean,
well,
sometimes...
if you live in Innsbruck, you have 60 ski resorts within 60 minutes. And that includes places like St. Anton.
1660.
1660, yeah. Includes St. Anton with 120 lifts, includes places like Ischgl, Sölden, Gogol, the whole Stubaital, Zillertal area. So, yeah, I think that's also one reason why it's such a hub of freeriders from all around the world.
That does make a lot of sense. All right, you know what's going on, though? I think the judges are having a tough time out there. Because, yeah, they've been debating for a while. And 71 points. 33 for Max, putting him into the 6th place. Boom! Leo Drouet dropping in. There is no wait for Leo. He is keen as to just make short work of this face.
Yeah, another member of the Free Ski Academy, Les Arcs. And we know how they ride. No holding back.
Absolutely. Leo's been competing for like more than 10 years. He's part of the free ski, and that's more than just a team. All right, sailing it with some style out there, hopping up the right ski as every other rider.
Interesting, yeah. Looks like that that landing really like drops off to the right side, and they all want to go left. So, but they're all good enough riders to, you know, do a turn on their inside ski.
Exactly, making the effort to shifty just on any jump out there and aiming for another one.
There comes the backy.
Slightly deviated on the left. Yes, stylish. Very cool. All right, is Leo going to find some more good snow out there on the side?
Oh,
Chances are.
An entry we haven't seen done much this year yet. There we go.
All right. Yeah, he knew. Whoa, and this is some switch riding out there. Maybe or maybe not wanted, but that's definitely a good proof of control as Leo managed to stop and making it over to the next feature.
That's one discussion I always have with other judges when I'm judging myself, because I loved recoveries. I think if a rider is in a difficult situation and he manages to recover well, that should be rewarded points. Of course, it's not in the judging manual and you can't really do it, but it feels like they deserve it. And yeah, Leo angry for the mistake he had there. 2/3 of the run went so well, and then right at the speed.
It was really, it was really interesting. I mean, what a nice save. And when that happens, you can only be stoked, to be honest. That was, that was really, really good riding. We've seen Leo just spinning in all possible sides.
The mandatory one ski turn going right into the flawless back flip.
Absolutely stomping. Leo.
And then the entry was very clean. He stomps it. He goes over to skier's left, getting ready for his next feature. Unfortunately, we don't see the exact trouble that happened there, but he's riding switch for a little bit and then came to a complete stop. Obviously, a loss of control and a deduction for the stop is what the judges will have to award for that.
Absolutely. Leo loves some doubles and triple backflips. So today's face was definitely not maybe the place to do it, but if you want to go and see the show really in Les Arcs, there is something going on.
Oh yeah. I'd love to ski a full day in Les Arcs with the Free Ski Academy. It's got to be crazy.
Yeah, good luck, buddy.
Probably hard to keep up, but great to watch.
Absolutely. All right, and it is at 53 points, unfortunately, for Leo, because, yeah, that little switch time did not count as a plus. We've got the next rider. This is Finn Powell, the Scottish rider dreaming of Scottish independence, and Porridge fan dropping in.
Is he actually Scottish or is he Irish?
Scottish.
Always good for some crazy moves anyway.
Irish.
You name it. I believe you.
I mean,
beautiful 3. Oh, unfortunately, sending him into a frontside tumble.
Oh, what a bummer.
What happened there? It looked all nice on landing. It seemed like one ski got stuck and he did a double front roll, which unfortunately is not going to give him a great score. No scores for front rolls unless they performed in the air.
Definitely. Well, yeah, that's quite unfortunate. The snow looks quite nice where he's actually walking right now. It looks pretty deep.
A Bulgarian rider had taken the same line, so here's the 3.
Oh, in front. He's actually losing both of his skis out there.
Kind of seems to me that he must have landed on a rock that stopped his skis dead down, because it was
Could have been.
complete stop by both his skis the moment they touched the snowpack.
It could have been. All right. Well, yeah, very unfortunate. Finnbo's been competing for more than 4 years now. He loves a spread eagle, heavily inspired by Shane McConkey. That's pretty cool.
Shane McConkey, one of the legends of freeriding, maybe not so well known anymore by the younger ones, but he was the first.
Are you kidding?
Well, I said the younger ones.
Oh, sorry. I forgot. All right, we'll ask the kids later.
Shane McConkey pioneering a couple of things, being the first one to go down Faces Alaska with water skis, and also redefining base jumping, turning it into ski base jumping. So a big legend, unfortunately not with us, not among us anymore.
All right, next rider is already getting ready in the gate, and this is Koto Antonika from the free ski. They're 28 years old, battling in the top game, at the top of the ranking. He's fourth currently in the overall.
He won the first quad challenger of the season in La Rosière. Backed it up with a 10th in Onda, but the throwaway result of Montafon, 21st, is what he wants
rocks
to get rid of. And looks like he's on a good way to do so.
Absolutely.
Definitely on fire today.
Totally very nice and strong riding out there for Anthony Cott. Yoo, and 360ing.
Ooh, that was a little bit too much speed for the length of the transition, I think. Overshooting it and pretty much going into the flats with a slight over-rotation.
Maybe that's interesting because some of the riders came into this, to this part without tricking, and I was wondering why. Maybe that was why. Although he did open his legs to slow down, it wasn't enough and kind of got caught.
It's interesting that the body tension is gone. It looks like he's just going to cruise down. I mean, the skis are still on his feet, so he could still have pushed on, potentially not to a winning run, but to a solid score still.
Absolutely. And, well, he is about to enter the NAR zone. Yeah, very cool. Very nice skiing out there. You jumping from one couloir to another, making it look so easy. Oh, yeah, and maybe going for some grass riding up. Finally, maybe not. Well, very smooth. Man, I feel like, Anthony got caught at the top and then wasn't really down to showcase all of the max of what he had in store for us today. What a bummer. Yeah, it was his first place in La Rosière. He started the season out really well. He did a 10th place in Nanda. This is what made him really stay to the top.
The first place is worth so much that with a first and a 10th going into the last event of the season, you can still go all in and climb back up the ranking.
Absolutely. The crazy thing that Koto has ever done is a naked backflip. And we wouldn't be surprised to see that happening. And there's still one comp. So maybe that would get him a lot of points. We never know, but we're definitely keen to see it.
Well, 40 points for Anthony. Not what he was looking for today, but he'll have one more chance in Overtown. And we move to Norway.
Yay! All right, and this is Vetle Gangaskar, also known as the Gangster Star.
And he looks up to a rider called Candide. I'm wondering which Candide that could be. There's only one.
Yeah.
One GOAT in free riding, one greatest of all time,
Candide,
and that's so far.
The guy that only did one season of the Freeride World Tour and won it.
2, 1, go. Coming down right as
Let's go. This is Norway on course with Vetle, 21 years old, from Oslo, and riding Hemsedal and Roldal. Usually, although he's spending a lot of time in the Alps this season.
What is interesting is that over the years, we've had great riders on the Freeride World Tour and the Challengers from Sweden, a couple from Norway, but not really from Finland. A few snowboarders, male and female, but I can't remember a Finnish skier boy or skier girl. being up in that league.
That's right. Well, Norway's got the training spots, I believe, and out there. Oh, check out the 720 out there. Probably slightly over-rotated. Vettel was coming in hard. He knew he had enough airtime out there, and well, he covered pretty quickly.
Stoked to have at least one rider go for a 7. It's such a difficult move. Marcus Gogan has turned into perfection at the Freeride World Tour, and Vetle Gange's car is right on his heels, doing the first and only 7 so far of the day here at the Freeride World Tour Challenger 2025 at Kitzsteinhorn, Kaprun, Zell am See by Orage.
Oh yeah, and check him out. Coming in with a quite decent speed. Out in this little gully and doubling it down.
In. Super creative line choice. Please keep it together, Vetle.
Whoa, he was so fast getting kind of thrown in here. He is arriving the fastest in the finish line, I believe. Very impressive run from Vetle. Well done.
I'll tell Chris next year, he puts the finish here and they have a skido waiting every time. Sorry. Once again, the replay of Vetle's run. Can't wait for the replay for the 7, which is probably the next hit. There we go.
Oh,
yeah.
You know what? There was a little wave where he landed. Yeah.
In combination with a slight over-rotation, sending him down, not losing his skido. Thanks for another camera angle. And I really like the creativity of this double. Well scouted, well spotted, and well ridden. Still only 42 after the crash.
Yeah, it does look like you need to have the perfect run to be over 50. This is Paul Danton, a very good competitor that could do a no mistake run. Let's go.
He won the competition in Montafon, sits on 6th place overall. So in need of a good result. He skis a lot with Victor Hale-Woods, sits in 2nd place right now with 78 points. So I'm sure this is what also Paul is aiming for.
Absolutely. 2 really good friends aiming for the Freeride World Tour very shortly, I believe.
Exactly.
And Paul's aiming towards our glass.
Putting in a shifty out there. Hard to say once again how clean the landing was. Definitely a little bit backseated, but not sure if it was a stage 1 or 2. Nice, going for the 3. Typically,
nice.
him and Victor do sometimes like identical lines. So far, that's what they are doing.
That's right, getting inspired with each other. All right,
Yeah.
a really nice area there in the middle.
And also, he seems very calm today, like very focused on his riding, not going all or nothing, but just trying to put the program down, which he put in his head. And all he's missing now is that big last drop.
Oh yeah, and he's seen his buddy doing it very well, so now there's no other choice than perfect stomping.
Early takeoff, bit of a compression, but no backslap. Dealing with the speed and the ice balls and the tracks and the riverbed and the bowling bottom.
And both flying down at there, trying to break while he was hammering it. All right, well, I guess this is job done for Paul Danton as he's down here.
He seems like relieved. If you look at his body language coming in.
Yeah, totally. Heavy breathing. All right. Well.
Almost untypical to see a run of Paul Danton without a backflip, which is like his trademark. But hard this year at the Kitzsteinhorn when you with so many takeoffs lacking the snow. So this is where the replay is being watched of the judges right now. How good or not good was the landing of that first jump? I think that one of the second big one looked really nice. Bit of compressed, but not touching the snow with his back. So where can he put himself? Fynn Powell in the lead with 84 points. Victor Hale-Woods, Paul's buddy, on second with a clean 78. And Rudy Collet from Chamonix right now with 74.33 on 3rd place. So that's what it takes to be among the top 3. And Paul needs a good result. Not necessarily a podium, but at least the top 5 to still have the chance at the last Freeride World Tour Challenger in Obertown to get his ticket for the 2026 Freeride World Tour. And looking at the start list, we only have 4 more riders up there. 3 from France and 1 from Switzerland, including Paul Portales, the current leader of the FWT World Tour Challenger Series. So if Paul manages to be close to the top 3 right now, that's going to mean a lot. Yeah, so 4 more riders to go in the ski man category. And then last but for sure not least, the ski girls are allowed to top it off this year. And I'm sure we can expect a spectacular show by those as well. They've had the chance to watch the first 10, 15 snowboard boys and the live stream, so they will know exactly what conditions to expect. So as we said in the morning, a little easier today with higher bibs, with the conditions not changing so much. But it was really hard this year to know what's possible, what's not. The transitions were different, takeoffs were different than in the last years. So definite advantage today for the higher bibs. It doesn't mean it's easier, but you just have a bit more information on conditions. Yeah, with the similar line that we've seen a couple of times, the hourglass at 360 in the middle and the big jump at the end, done by a couple of riders, Fynn Powell, Victor Hale-Woods, who else was there? Max Timmermann and Paul Danton. Very difficult for the judges to make a difference there. So I'm sure the replays are being watched very closely, the landing replays, to make sure they award the right points for clean landings and also take deductions in considerations for landings which were not clean. Yeah, there's 2 things which are the hardest in judging. That is, one is to compare really similar runs, and equally difficult is it to compare very different runs. If you have a very big mountain line with big cliff jumps, maybe not the cleanest landings, but on the other hand, someone going through the easy terrain, putting in a lot of freestyle tricks, then it's sometimes really hard to come up with the choice who actually deserves the better score.
Absolutely, and it is
76.67. Paul's going to be stoked. 3rd place, just ahead of Rudy Collet. Wow, that's going to be a keeper for him. So worst case for Paul would be a 6th place today, which definitely helps his overall score. But no time to rest. We're up with Maxime Pezet.
Let's go. The French rider is on course. Ooh, jumping on one leg, unfortunately, in front flipping. His
right ski got stuck on a rock and he basically took off totally unbalanced to one ski. Let's see if he still has the stamina and had to keep going. But he does.
He does. All right, Maxime Pezet just, yeah, you know what? It was a tough choice, but no, he decided he was going to keep skiing.
I was very worried for him going through the hourglass jump, which is so demanding, and knowing he was maybe not focused anymore as he wanted to be after this front roll at the very top.
Absolutely, but yeah, Maxime looking like he definitely is. Skier from the Grand Massif in France with his 23 years old. He's part of the Sham crew, the young rider crew, with Greg as a coach, and he loves big cliffs.
I don't know if the boys are going more and more crazy or if I start to be too old for the excitement of these runs. Beautiful landing. And he's not done yet. Nice, the first one of today to hit that bottom drop. She's fairly sizable as well.
Absolutely, and like the combination of both, dropping from one and then the second one was really, really nice. Good job out there, Maxime. You're still scoring high. In our heart.
I like that body language, him circling his pole, you know, knowing he had a crash at the top, but still stick to the game plan. Yeah. So strong in his head is what you have to be able to pull it down. Yeah, look at him. He's just now saying, yeah, my ski got stuck on that rock. And so first thing we should, yeah, unfortunately, the replay comes in a tiny bit too late, but that's where things went wrong. Only to get his wits together and do everything right after that.
Exactly. And Maxime sending some love out there with 56 points. Unfortunately, well, yeah, he must have lost quite a bunch of points from the top. Next rider getting ready out there. Another Frenchman, and this is Maxime Michel. 30 ans, living in Chamonix at the moment, training out there, and yeah, definitely a very, very strong skier, really good technique, brought in from Alpine. And yeah, so some really strong legs from the beginning. And now, after years on the qualifiers and traveling the world, Maximilian's just gained so much confidence in his freeride skills. Beautiful drop out there. Ooh, and some really strong landing as well in the place where we've seen riders just lifting one ski. That was definitely very well stumped. All right, is Maximilian in for the play? Yes, back flipping. Oh, and what a nice landing. This is beautiful to watch. Check out the landscape out there. This is a good skiing out there.
At least both as much on fire here at the commentators booth as the riders are on the mountain.
Absolutely, I am stoked. Kitzsteinhorn, yeah, has some nice surprises for us. All right, coming in blind and back flipping into the couloir. Oh, Maximilian, keep it together out there.
Back flipping through the air into ground contact, front flipping with both skis on though, so he will keep his score. Obviously, not a clean run, but that was spectacular.
That was absolutely spectacular. He, yeah, definitely could not see the landing and still decided to send it. Yeah, there were really high chances that Maximilian, knowing his strengths, could have stumped it. Hopefully,
well, it is
all right.
It's a jump that is done at almost every event, but since we have a low snow, it's a lot more difficult. You have to jump a lot further, and this makes it obviously harder to land it. But one of the moves of the day for sure, backflipping into the main couloir, is a very bold move. Absolutely,
and there's so much exposure on the side that I hope you're going to see on the replay. It's just absolutely
Yeah, we realized to dub, and
crazy.
Noah Pezet landed there and got close to falling over a rock. But let's watch the replay of Max's run. Super clean up there.
He threw that backflip really early.
Picture perfect, yeah. All that body tension.
Yeah, just really getting caught out there. Hard to say where the mistake was made. Fortunately, well, that is better than a no score for Maximilian, 25. He definitely had a really, really good line in mind. So yeah, I would have been stoked to actually see him put down the bottom part of this run.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is your current leader of the 2025 Freeride World Tour Challenger Series with a second, a third, and a fourth place. He pretty much has it all together already for a Freeride World Tour qualification. So he's probably the man on the mountain who can ride the most relaxed today.
I don't know if that's his plan. Paul de Portal is definitely keen for the play and aiming at there for Hourglass, it looks like.
No.
Woo, and from the side of it. All right.
Kind of a new, bigger entry air into the high cup couloir.
Absolutely, jumping it. The drone did not let us actually see how massive this was, but yeah, I'm sure it looked pretty cool. All right.
This is probably going to be a backflip.
Yeah, good call, Flo. And that's a perfect stomp for Paul
De Portales. I love this name. It sounds really funny.
And you're really good at saying it now.
Well, you taught me last time. I think I said 2 years. He's Paul De Portal. I'm very sorry, Paul.
All right, check this out.
We've only seen two riders take the entry, making it really big. Wow. Paul Portales.
Ooh, that's where Leo kind of got caught. And yeah, well, that's very well managed. You got to slow down out there. The snow looks pretty hard.
Very nice skiing in this super hard bottom part.
Absolutely. That looks terrible, actually. The snow in the couloir looks very bad. And yeah, the fact that Paul is just making short job of it really proves his level of skiing.
He's stoked, he's clapping at poles, that says it all. Well, it was not his goal today to maybe do the winning run, but very clean and very strong. Staying on his feet top to bottom and sticking to the game plan.
Absolutely. All right, happy Paul, yeah.
With potentially 4 results counting out of 5 Free World Tour Challenger stops, and he has the second, a third, and a fifth. If he has another top 8, top 6 result, that will probably secure his spot on next year's Free World Tour, and I think that's what he did. So very smart riding by Paul Portales.
Absolutely, and honestly, this could make the difference because a second, a third, and a fourth place, he could still get past above, but with having a pretty solid run here, very nice.
And then it also means he can risk everything at the last event in Obertown and go for a winning run again, but potentially not needing it. So that's
actually he does need. He could use a first place because he's gone second, third, and fourth now. All he's missing is a first place on the 2025 Challengers.
That is true. But I mean, consistency is super important as well, as we see. And 4 out of 5 results means you have only 1 throwaway result. So even if you have a victory and 2 good results, you might lack a good 4th one. So consistency is king, and he is obviously the king of consistency of this year's Free World Tour Challenge Tour.
Absolutely, and as we're waiting for the results, there's only one more rider in the ski man category. This is
Hugo.
None but the least, Ugo Troubat, who's actually got 3rd on this X-Over ride last year in 2024. So he knows the face, he loves the face, as you were saying. Yeah, pretty confident.
He'll be confident, exactly. It's such a mind game, the free competition. That's why I was really amazed today, seeing especially Paul Danton, Victor Hale-Woods, and Paul Portales being so cold as ice, like really emotionless, tactical, free riding to perfection. Very amazing.
Absolutely. And 72 points for Paul de Portales, which puts him in the 7th place. So he's staying in the top 10. For now, good stuff. Hugo Troubat in the gate.
Last Kea man of the day. All the best to you, Hugo. Muñoz.
Et c'est parti with some style out there. The last rider of the Free Ski Academy. Everybody's looking at there from the bottom line, cheering for the buddy. You, and yes, some air and style.
Our drone pilot today loves the top-down angle.
Whoa, really nice hit. The view from this drone. Just stomping it and flying out of it. That was cool.
Here comes the 3.
Alright, might be a little backseat, but the 3 did work out.
Here's another one.
Woo, taking his time, checking out the landing.
This one being a lot easier, not having a straight takeoff, and Free Ski Academy riders are going wild out there in the spectators area, cheering up for Hugo as he's approaching the Nar. Yeah, I hope you can hear them through our open windows. It's not only heating up in the cabin, it's also heating up in the spectators area with Hugo approaching the last big air.
Going for it.
Boom.
And he does stomp it. Hugo Troubat on fire again in the 2025 edition.
Well, Hugo, hold it. You still have a couple of humps to go over before you at the finish.
He's doing it for all of the crew out there. Nice. Incredible job. Yes, Hugo's just proved that he could play and just stick to plan from top to bottom, this time again in Kitzsteinhorn.
Look at that relaxed smile. It's already sending the top, so to say, Mendesar cliff pretty far, and that one also nicely, a bit further to the right, super controlled into the couloir. And here's the 2 3s. The first one, probably a bit of a compressed landing. The second one was super clean, and then it just rides smoothly to that last air. Really smart, kind of taking off a little later than the others on the grass, that's making it a meter or 2 smaller and not having any troubles at the landing. I think that was also smart. Something you probably would have watched looking at the other riders had to do it. See, he has an Alpina sticker next to his Salomon, but there's still room for more sponsors. So people out there, get your sticker
Absolutely.
on Ugo Troubat's key and pay a plane ticket for him to the next event or a ticket to Alaska or something, and he'll come back with pictures worth your money.
Definitely, and there's nothing than getting helped out there, because dedicating your full season and 4 months of pure training has definitely a cost.
Yeah.
All right, judges, just being focused on being the fairest possible today. We've got a top 3. Is Ugo going to get into the top 3? That is the question, and it could very much be.
He needs a 76.67. That's Paul Danton's score, who sits pretty firmly in the 3rd place here right now. And then it gets really tight. Let's check this out. 3rd place, 76 point. 4th place, 74. 5th place, 73, etc. So 6, 7 places within 6 points. So 1 single point up or down makes 1 to 2 spots in this area. In other words, if you have 70 points, you're 9th. If you have 75, you are 4th. So really close
really
in that area.
close.
Yeah. And he'll squeeze in somewhere there. Once again.
Ugo getting his little hand.
So they're preparing. They're preparing for the podium already, right? It's Fynn, current leader, to the left. It's Victor. Or is it Paul to the right?
I mean, they must not be very far. and
Ugo wants to be in the middle. He wants
wants to stay in the middle.
Give me the hot seat, or at least a spot among those 3 up here.
Absolutely.
And that's Victor calling his dad. Said, "Yeah, Dad, I'm on the way to qualify for your Freeride World Tour. Just watch me ride. I don't need a wild card."
We went all right.
Tension is rising. Still no score. I'm also checking live feeds as we are speaking. Come on, judges. You're only determining in the next couple of years of the life of a young rider. Just give us that score.
Exactly. This is why they need to focus out there. And well, out of all of the riders on the Challengers in Europe this season, there will be only 4 going up to the Freeride World Tour. So really, all of them can still have a chance to be in the top 4.
Exactly. So
but today is going to make a difference. That is for sure.
We give the judges all the time in the world to take the right decisions and award the right points. No pressure from our side. But we can't wait.
Absolutely. So 4 ski men, and we're going to have 2 snowboard men, 2 ski women, and 1 snowboard woman from Europe going up. The same is going to go up from the North and South American championships, and that's going to get us to the new roster. And
that's the longest way too far. Can Ugo Troubat jump to the podium? He needs 76.67 points or higher. He stands there in the middle of ranks 1 and 2 as if he belongs there. Very interesting. So
he does
it seems really self-assured there. Look at it.
Yeah. He's decided he deserved a spot there and just going to hang out.
But like I said, 5-6 points up or down is also 5-6 spots in the ranking up or down. So that's a lot of self-confidence there. But he had a great run. So, ooh.
Good. Oh,
it is 7.33. Freeze kick, Academy Les Arcs members are going crazy out there. Yeah, as Paul Danton is pushed off the podium by Ugo Troubat. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new 3rd place. Wow, that was the longest wait of the day for a score. Yeah, you can hear the madness of the crowd through our open window. So he knew he was standing there for a reason, Ugo. Oh, what a nice story there.
Absolutely. Just, repeating last year's performance, being 3rd on the podium of the day on this 2025 Challenger in Kitzsteinhorn. Whoa, what a crew up top today.
Wow, here they are. Fynn Powell in the lead with 84 points. Victor Hale-Woods today 2nd with 78. And Ugo Troubat 77, sneaking onto the podium as the last ride of the day. Here we go again. Wow.
Yay! Very closely followed, just 1 point down, not even from Paul Danton. Rudy Collet is still in the top 5. Nemo Plein with a really, really solid run. Jack Miller, oh man. How much good riding we've seen today.
And I like it that the Kiwi is showing the Europeans how it's done. Congratulations very much, Fynn Powell, for an awesome victory.
Absolutely. All of those riders have so much talent, and sometimes it takes a few comps to actually get the right day and be in the right mood and really showcase what it is like.
Wow. I wonder what that does to the overall rankings, but right now let's focus on the last category of the day. The ski girls are ready to drop in.
And Mia McNabb is going to open it all from France, from the Free Ski Academy. And followed by Japan with Chisato. We've got Austria as well, Australia, Spain, more France, and Sweden in the women's field today.
14 women, including a local wildcard, Mona Falkner from Austria, in her first ever Challenger contest of her life.
Let's go. Mia McNabb, she was just sending massive 360s out on the snowboard yesterday, just being pumped, the day before, being pumped for the Kaprun time. All right, really nice first hit out there as she's in the playful terrain still. All right, and she is jumping out of the lip. Again, that's 2 hits for Mia as of now.
Where are you going, says Michi Strauss, our spectator. Well, there she's going. Already hit number 3, and there's number 4, which is lining up right now.
All right, very nice hit out there to conclude the top part. Mia McNabb disappearing between the small heads. Yes, backflipping! Or unfortunately,
Spectacular crash and multiple roll, but the backflip itself was insane. She's
absolutely,
fine,
what
she's
a
waving.
time! Thank you, Mia, for setting it out there for the girls. You're just showing all of them that this is possible. And hopefully you'll stick it next time. And you look that you're all right. So, all right, very, very good send. I'm super stoked to see this. It's so hard. You've never ridden this face. You don't know how the takeoff looks like. You don't know how much it sends. And you gotta have a crazy mind.
Yeah, it's the biggest of difference in the world in a freer competition to do a straight air or a trick, meaning a 360 backflip or more, because like you said, you don't know your travel time, you don't exactly how steep that landing is, when do you have to open up. Let's watch that replay. Beautiful run in the upper part, really super fluent, connecting the features without any hesitation or stops. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we lose it for a second as she approaches the backflip. Going really far. You think she
went so far.
Yeah.
She really
determined.
popped it.
Looked like she ran out of landing a little bit, and that's the reason why she got pushed into this little tumble. If I saw it the right way, she had both of her skis on and she came to a complete spot, but she lost a pole. Seems like she just has to hike up a couple of meters to retrieve.
It looks like she might have a hard left hip.
Yep.
She doesn't look like she's walking so easily.
No, she looks definitely a bit sore.
Oh. I mean, that was a big jump. Like, yeah, we can see her track there in the landing, and it looks like it's the furthest that could have done. Maybe she did get kind of caught into the flatter bit of the landing. So maybe a bit shorter of a landing would be nicer. If some more girls would like to attempt it, I think that'd be the good way to do it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure maybe not the next one, which is going to Chisato Sasada, but from Ulla Gio onwards, the girl who drops in after the next one, they'll be on their phones watching the live stream and making sure they get their bearings and the speed right for those jumps and takeoffs.
Absolutely. Yeah, some of them might get instant feedback from their coaches as well. All right, Mia making her way down slowly. She had to take both of her skis off in order to go retrieve her pole.
Which is interesting. It was she had both of her skis on as she came to a stop, so it was obviously her decision. So she could have kept on skiing to
I mean,
receive a result. If you think that there could always be a couple of no scores, so she'd be, you know, above that in the ranking.
She
So
could,
quite an interesting decision actually.
but if you're mature and want to keep, like, this is a very long walk to go up the face, and so if you want to make the ski dudes able to stay up there for potential future rescues, if you don't really need it, it's pretty mature to actually decide to go and retrieve your own material yourself.
You're totally right, but on the other hand, there's got to be enough ski-doos for the whole event, and let's say we have half of the women's skiing field losing a ski, she would have finished in 6th or 7th, while right now she's going to be with the no scores at the very end. So strategy, exactly. Oh, we've had a lot of time to rest. We have a moment now to take a sip of our drinks and get ready for the amazing action of another 12 skier girls.
All right, Mia McNam looking like she'll definitely be able to ski down after this fall. And well, what an opening of the ski women category today. Mia's been doing quite well in the past few comps. She's been 6th at the last event in Monte Rosa, 7th in La Rosière, 8th in Montafon, 9th in Nanda. So it's keeping her into quite a nice ranking. Out there, she definitely is going to need a really good result at the next comp to make a big difference. But other than that, quite consistent. Chisato Sasada is in the start gate. And she's from Yokohama in Japan, but she's dedicated so much time to skiing. She absolutely loves it and spends a lot of time around Hakuba in the Japanese Alps. we can listen to her. They're still chatting at the very top, explaining maybe where she would like to start off. She's based out of Innsbruck this season, and that's definitely stepping up her ski game to ski in the Alps with those very different conditions. And after 6 years competing, she's definitely experienced enough to know where to go and how to deal with the Lackirschneider phase today in Kitzsteinhorn.
It's always hard when the rider right ahead of you has a problem or a crash, so you have to delay. Like your inner clock is kind of has this countdown running towards you dropping, and if it's delayed by a couple of minutes, it doesn't make life easier.
Absolutely, and Chisato drop it in, coming around the start gate, and let's go, aiming for the side at there where the powder is still virgin, and jumping out of everything. When she is going for the lip is puppy.
Nice.
The lip is really puppy out there. We could see some nice tricks coming out for the next girls.
Yeah, for sure, and it really pays off that the competition was started so early today, because all the upper 2/3 of the venue are still great snow. It's really powderish, it's still fluffy, as we can see in all the turns of Chisato.
Exactly, and she's taking another little hit. Going onto boggles that, not many people have been to. I wonder which entrance of the bottom side she will be willing to take.
Well, we'll find out very, very soon. And she's really cruising along that lower part in the middle. I'll switch to my binoculars now to get a better glimpse of her.
All right, and Chisato is coming into the middle part of the face. Right, it was a really nice jump, having some slough. That's good news. There's still some slough coming down, and she's coming back. Yeah, so that is the main couloir. And reappearing again at the mandatory entrance. Yes, straight lighting. Chisato Sasada. Oh, unfortunately getting caught on the side. Come on, Chisato. Yep, finding her skis back in the right way.
Yeah, we've been talking about this all day, that it's when you jump into this couloir, all of a sudden it's 35, 40 degrees. You have the old humps, you have different snow. It's so hard to keep it together. Even this main ski had troubles there. Many were taken down there, and those who didn't were riding really carefully. So just
Absolutely.
one of the most difficult parts of the face to put a good run down.
But Chisato is keeping going. She is she's in the tough snow out there, but doesn't matter. She still loves to jump things on the left and on the right, and she's going for some grass riding. Yes. All right, Chisato coming out full speed and keeping it together in between all of those little bumps and holes at the bottom of the face.
For a moment, looked like she was going to be thrown off balance, but managing to keep it together.
She did.
And going clean into the finish.
All right, and this is the first entire completed run of the day, which, well, it's going to be interesting. Chisato did stop for a long time, and you do lose 1 point per second once you're not moving. So unfortunately, might not get above much, but we'll see what the judges have thought. Check out this lip. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I think she got the grab at there as well. Very nice and smooth riding over there from Chisato, top to bottom. Very good commitment in the couloir. Unfortunately, yeah, taken down. That's where we've seen the snowboarders being taken down as well. And 29 points for Chisato to start the things off. Next rider, this is Austria float.
Austria, Ulla. Servus, Ulla, gib Gas, bring a clean and run, Avi. Ulla, based in Innsbruck, also a coach at our FWT Academy, going out with the kids a lot over the season. And yeah, she's had a bit of bad luck, a bit of rough calls, unlucky landings, and she really wants to put a clean run down today here. She was second here when it was still a qualifier. So look, she knows what it's like to be on the podium here, riding on the Lackerschneid at the Kitzsteinhorn.
Really nice riding out there with some very nice 2 airs in the stop bar. She's going for one more.
Whoa, that was a big one. Super size in terms of jump and the top half.
And now she's, focusing in order to find the right entrance. Yes, nice landing. Ooh, the snow doesn't look so good in this spot. You can tell she's got to battle a little bit with the snow. 360ing! Beautiful.
Nice one.
Yes, Ulla. Freestyling on the top of the space.
It's only our 3rd skier goal on the mountain today, and we've already seen a big backflip and a 360. That leaves us stoked.
Girls are sandy. Okay, that's great. And she's now, it looks like she's getting a new entrance. We haven't seen any rider coming in. Yes.
Wow. Oh, no.
Ulla, just come back up. She is riding down rocks and dirt, but still has both of her skis, only missing 1 pull. But yeah, as you said, Ulla might have chosen to just keep riding. She did have to put her hand down over there to stay in control while she was sliding down the rock. So one of the pole might be there. Good luck, ski dude. And yeah, she's keeping going.
So continuing strong. Any cliff being jump at this bottom part, maybe is rewarded with a lot of respect because tough conditions in the lower part.
Absolutely. All right. Yay, Vlagilo. Pretty stoked about her 360 and the way
She says, like, what should I do? I only have one pole.
Absolutely. But
It's
at this
really
point,
hard to go for those turns.
You need to take this decision very quickly, and she did. It was like, am I going to just climb up, or am I just going to keep going down? The gravity's calling me by.
I wonder when we see the replay as she enters the gnarly part of the face, what exactly happened. It was all clean and beautiful up there. Here's the 360. Super clean. And then she rides in, and her right ski gets stuck in the bush, and that sends her into a right turn, which she actually didn't want to do. I think she was going to jump down a bit further over to Lucas right.
Absolutely, it looks like it. And that's 52 points.
Well, it's the lead so far.
Absolutely. Mia's just sitting and resting, recovering for her backflip. And alrighty, Zoe Del Zopo is about to drop in. She is second in the overall ranking at the moment. She's looking over the first rock at the top, and yeah, she's about to drop it.
And look at her results. Montafon second, Nonda first, Monterosa third. So 3 out of 4 qualifiers, she was on the podium, and she would obviously like to call this a series that she
She's
keeps
got a 1, 2, 3
with her. She's got a 1, 2, 3.
Dropping, yes, that big rock out there from the start gate.
And Lou Barin, whom we're going to see as the last start day, has a 1, 1, 3. So these two girls are obviously the ones to beat, the ones battling out for next year's Field World Tour ticket.
Totally. And Zoe, yes, she's flying.
Oh! Bit of a forward lean there, but managing to recover.
Absolutely. She went fast. I mean, that lip is calling for backflip. It could be easier than just jumping straight. All right, more air out there from Zoe. It's very interesting. Zoe has had such consistent riding, and for such a young rider, it's very impressive. I'm sure she'll do incredible things in all of her career.
Yeah, so only being 19 years of age and looking like she has tons of experience.
Absolutely.
The way she's been riding on those challengers. Here.
Oh, she did open her skis like she was going to stand a 360.
Yeah, I thought the same. Maybe a last-minute decision to call it safe. Maybe something in the in-run that she saw she didn't really like.
Absolutely.
But, well, since she landed the straight air clean, it was definitely the right decision.
All right, training in La Clusa. As always, yeah, very confident, big mountain skier.
So
right.
now it counts. Now it counts. Get rid of the speed. Stay on your feet. Control that speed. This is the hardest part to ride. Piece of cake for her, she thinks.
It is, although she has slowed down, and you can tell, like, this part is heavily demanding. Nice hit.
Whoa, one of the biggest airs in this rock formation we have seen. And she doesn't slow down anymore. Can't soil us up, hold it together all the way to the finish line. Yes, she can, and that was a solid run. Wow, congratulations, Zoe.
Very, very solid riding.
Wow.
Very good decision-making as well.
So impressive for her 19 years. It looks like she's so experienced, knowing exactly when she can go full speed and when she has to slow down. Super impressive by Zoe.
So much air out there.
Yes, you would highlight she had her hands all twisted. She was ready for a left and 3, and I said, nah.
And we'll see. We'll see if this was smart enough or not, because she did assure herself a very clean run. But I know that there are some backflippers. There's some big 360ers that are coming just behind her. Kelly Burton, Elizabeth Marina, yep, Sana Miller.
80 points for Zoe Osopo. Now that's a score, and I really like that lower part of hers where she pointed it straight after last air, where we saw a lot of the Maya skiers do 2 or 3 turns. Not for Zoe Osopo. She said, I can go straight, I will go straight, and she went straight. And she stomped it.
Absolutely. So 80 points. Well, that leaves quite a bunch of room before, underneath, and above it.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see. And this is a first hit out there at the top for Kelly Berton.
And Kelly has
Who's
one.
just dropped in.
She's the only one other than Zoe, the topper, and Barin to win a competition of this year's Challenger Tour. She won the first one in La Rosière. So a big threat to Lou and to Zoe.
Absolutely. Very, very strong riding out there. All right. It looks like she's going towards big. Oh, she's staying on the side. I thought she might be going towards hourglass hat there. All right. Yeah, we've seen very, very strong riding from Kelly in the past 2 comps. Unfortunately, been taken down and small mistakes, getting her kind of down on the mark game. But she's definitely competing for that first place out there. Making some nice turns, adapting to the snow that is getting definitely warmer. All right, nice hit on some very firm snow, it looked like. Oh, and she's aiming towards the very rider's left. Mandatory cliff.
Same as so before, also very controlled. And now the legs are burning, but you know you still have to find those 1 or 2 features at the bottom to finish your life off.
Absolutely, and she is going for it. Yes, Kelly Berton just jumping in the middle of the couloir. All right, managing her speed, jumping over some grass and rocks over there, and she's coming out with some speed as well.
Rough bump right there at the bottom. Very nice and clean though. Wow, Kelly, really nice run. Looks like she might have done line scoping together with Zoe because they were doing almost identical runs.
Pretty similar indeed. Yeah, she might have a little variant at the very top. Playing on the side instead of the lip side. But that gave him, yeah, quite a bit of air. And it's really nice for the judges to see something else. Maybe she took a bit more time on that top part, but had it very playful. There she goes. Kelly from Val Thorens, part of the Free Ski de Belleville, and 63.67.
A solid second place, well ahead of Ulla Gio, but also quite a bit behind Zoe Del Sopo. Well, that's 5 goals down. We still have plenty up there. The next being Elizabeth Marina from España.
Vamos, Elizabeth Marina. Yeah, very talented rider she is. A spinner, that is for sure, in all backflipping, 360ing. She's a gymnast. And yes, let's have a look. All right, she is aiming towards the rider's left side. And there's definitely some really fun things to be jumping out of.
Two things I like about her is she says she's her own coach and her most favorite trick is a backflip.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely. Big up to Marty. Big support. Nice air out there. Whoa, that looked
really solid.
Big. It did. And it looks like, you know what, on this aspect of the face, she's still finding much better snow than the girls were previously. On the other side, this is slightly more north orientated.
It's a bit more, yeah, it's a bit more northeast, but the other stuff is more southeast. So now that we're approaching, it's past midday, 12:30. Definitely still more powderish and will stay powderish for the rest of the day.
Wow, that looks like a very nice choice. It looks much more pleasurable than the main couloir.
Whoa, huge backflip! Oh no, she had it all together. What an amazing backflip by Elizabeth Marina. It was so beautiful, and she's angry. Look at her, fist bumping the snow.
Oh, damn, I think... Damn, she was so meant to put this down.
Oh, she had put it down. Don't know what happened. She was on her feet already, and then it seemed like one ski stopped, and the other ski kept riding.
Both of them.
Well, still a bit wobbly from a crazy crash. Well, Marina, you get special applause for that jump. What a beautiful backflip.
Beautiful send. I mean, how good was the riding up to there? And then sending this backflip right on the right spot in good snow. Really, really good choice out there.
Yeah, and she already went pretty solid up there. Look at this jump. Nice and strong. And then she goes in full speed, throws it, flies for 20 solid meters.
She did front punch.
Maybe
one ski.
Maybe a tiny bit of an under rotation, though. It looked really as she was like she was comfortable to put her skis down to the snow at that very moment. Really intentionally landed.
All right, Eli Marina, all fine out there. Yep, getting her skis back.
And that particular jump has been used a lot for tricks over the years, but it's so hard to scope because you can't see the takeoff from the bottom and from the side, maybe a little bit from the start, but then again you can't see the landing from there. So really a tricky one. And look how far she was flying before her skis did touch the snow again.
So far. She had so much time in the air. She was just, laying there.
The drone angle from right above didn't really give justice to the flight time. If you have another angle of that from the side, she'd be just flying all the way through the frame.
Absolutely. All right, as she's getting a little bit of help out there to recover skis and poles. Well, what a shame. So this is the second backflip attempt of the day, ladies. And honestly, it's going to happen. You all are so able to do this, and you're just going to keep sending.
Exactly.
It's so good to actually, be able to. I mean, comps are comps, but they're also training. And because your body is in such a stress on that D-Day, your body is just, your brain and body are so going to remember exactly what to do and what not to do. So
True.
A day like this really counts like 10 days of training in the end. And that's how important it is because next time you're going to be able to adapt much faster. You're going to be able to react much faster as well. And let's go. Experience will pay.
Exactly, and you got to keep doing those backflips. I realize it now as I get older, the less you do them, the harder they are.
Yes, never stop backflipping.
All right, we're already back up at the start, and our next ski girl is representing Australia. Senna Farrell, to me being a very special person, just the determination she has, working as a lawyer after just having finished her studies last year, to being afforded to ride all season in Europe. That's pretty amazing.
Absolutely, so much dedication. Senna speaks incredible French, so she got along with all of the Swiss French crew and everybody. It's very easy. Yeah,
and she's also a former Aussie rules football player, so she's strong. And she says she has never really had a proper free ride competition training day. I said, what do you mean? I said, well, I don't really do train riding lines, I just pick a couple of features and then go for it. So she showed me a couple of things that she thought about doing today, and I was like, holy fucking moly.
All right.
Yeah. So
well, and off she goes. Absolutely sending from that top rock.
Exactly. That's typical Senna. No holding back from the very first second.
Yeah, that's one thing. She's not scared. I like that she's going to the rider's right. Oh, yes, to the lip.
Yoo-hoo. Second air, beautiful. But eventually I told him maybe go only 95%, right? All the features that you show me. You don't have to supersize everything. Just do it clean and supersize the smaller ones.
Yeah, well, that's some really good skiing out there.
Yep, sure.
All right. Yeah, that was a really nice hit. And Senna's staying in the middle part. All right. Another hit for us, slightly transferring it in order to land into a nice landing.
Middle part, still super solid skiing. And where is she going to be entering into the gnarly part of the face?
Another nice jump. Ooh, and she's aiming for the middle couloir. Well, you're in for some technical skiing.
No hesitation, bit of a backslap going backwards. No, doing a full 360 while skiing with a quick touchdown. Pretty amazing how she managed to ride out of it, though.
Absolutely, because she hasn't lost her speed, and she's just Yeah, back in control in the heart of this phase and going for more jumping. Yes.
Almost like a snowboarder.
All right, now you can't sit down, Zana, now. Yes, you got to hold on.
She was sending it full speed into this kind of counter slope, making it hard to continue the smoothness she showed in the turns before.
Absolutely heartbreaking with her left foot. But it's becoming really, really tough out there at the bottom. I don't think I would recommend going to that zone anymore.
That is true, but I mean, if you have, choosing your line, even that the conditions are deteriorating a little bit in that area, it's not so easy to go for a plan B right away.
That's absolutely right.
Yes, Anna, great action. Let's watch that replay. Very fast, very clean up there. One jump following the other. And that's the only time she had troubles in her run, really. She lands it, gets a little back-seated, does a full 360, and just keeps going. And then the very bottom, going up to the ridge, she kind of has to come to stop in order not to overshoot the ridge. 43 for Sana Sorel, which is still 4th place at the moment. Right in the middle of the pack of the 7 riders we've seen so far. But she's cheering for the others, always in a good mood, Sana.
Absolutely, so down for all of the fun things with the team out there. All right, and we've got Mila De La Rue in the start gate. Mila Hollsten about to drop in. And yeah, Mila's only 19. She is a vice junior world champ. And yeah, she's got so much to show us. She's been double backflipping at the Nanda BC Invitational in January for the first time of her life. And you know what? Now is the time for first. Now is the time to freaking win the Kitzsteinhorn if you want to, Mila.
Well, she won last year's last event of the season of the FWT Challenger Series by Orage in Obertauern. Let's see what she can do this year. Wow, big drop from the start. Shows her motivation. Super dedicated to her skiing today. Mila De La Rue blasting through the upper half of the venue. Holy shit, she goes faster than most of the boys did there. Look at it, flying.
Really nice shifty. I could almost see the bottom of her skis in there. Oh, yeah, she is definitely really fast on that top section.
4th air, supersizing all of them. Super fast, super fluid, and super clean so far. Here comes the rollover, taking away a bit of that speed. Very smart, into the pocket. And now we're in the middle part. Top part done and dusted.
Absolutely, very nice slaloming in between the rocks. Super, super fast choice. All right. Yes, backflip from Mila De La Rue. Stomped! She is doing it. The first stomp backflip of the day on the Kitzsteinhorn face. Yes, Mila, you can just, cruise down.
First backflip stomped in this girls ski category, but I'm sure she's not done. Mila never stops before. No!
She can't do that. Oh, wow. She got caught just before the grassy land. She's breathing really hard out there. Mila, are you okay?
Yeah, that was definitely a bit of a blow. She was very much caught by surprise and sent into a tumble over this grassy, rocky field.
Oh, she is moving. But very slowly. She might need a little bit of help out there. And we've got all we need, the rescue might come and check her out.
Well, she's
a little bit stuck.
She has not used her hands yet to wave us that she's okay. Trying to put herself in a more comfortable position, first of all.
Wow, her ski got really stuck in there.
That's a tough girl. Gets up and rides.
All right, so Mila might just be fine. No, she looks like she's real sore. Oh, that is so unfortunate. What a run.
Even putting a V in her skis for the backflip, and then she flies over the ridge, gets a bit too much speed, and I think it was just an awkward tumble. Things gonna happen before she even knew what was going on. So she's definitely good to ride. Lost the pole, but also it took her a while to get up again. She's definitely bruised from that crash.
Absolutely, yeah, feeling like she's got to take it really easy down the space, and yeah, that's totally fine.
The Kitzsteinhorn being merciless to the ski girls today. Out of 7 girls, we now have 2, out of 8 girls, I'm sorry, we have 2 girls run with the down with the clean run, which is Zoe and Kelly.
All right, Mila coming down the steepest bit. Well, that's really good news that she's able to ski. Oh, she's skiing fast again. Sweet, Mila's fine. All right, well, good job for sending it at there. So unfortunate. All right. Well, we still do have 6 riders that are waiting to come down, and the next one is from Sweden. This is Eliot Dänzer. Mila did make it to the bottom. She is, yeah, she's touching her hand, just checking that she's all fine. So we still have Zoe there in her top spot. Although, honestly, looking at your friends crashing is the worst thing that can happen, and that must not feel so good.
That is totally right. Like, no one wants to see anyone crash, really.
Absolutely. Man, that top rock, if you look at the size of the people, that's definitely 3 people. So yeah, that's a good 5-6 meters.
Let's do a halfway wrap up since we're halfway through the girls' field. We've seen 3 backflips. We've seen a couple of 3. We've seen amazing cliff jumps, crashes. So the girls putting up an amazing show. Just wish for more of them to be able to finish their runs clean and get a great score.
Absolutely. And let's see what Eliot Dänzer has in store for us. Because, yeah, after training all season in Goldberg for years now, actually, and Ruby before this, she's definitely been riding some hardcore mountains. And off she goes, Eliot Dänzer in the face. Yeah, cruising down with some really nice speed. All right. First jump, grabbing it. Yes, aiming to the lip, popping it. Interesting. Yeah, Eliot Dänzer
keeping a pace on what has pretty much become a standard line today.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many features to collect, right? And it's easier to scout than anything further over to Lucas Ride, which hosts also tons of nice features, but just harder to scout because it's further away, harder to see. And there's less video footage as well. So after so many years of the event here in the Kitzsteinhorn, obviously, it's easier to choose a run using a feature that you can see on countless videos than to open up a new one where you don't really know your takeoff, your landing angle, and your travel time.
Absolutely. Well, Eliot Dänzer, yes, cruising down, and she is now getting into the steepest bit. All right, is she going to aim for that main entry cliff? Yes, let's go. All right, and she is putting it down, going at there to the rider's left side, braking nicely in between the rocks. Eliot Dänzer keeping all control.
Yeah, very smart there in this lower part. It's all about the speed. We've seen so many riders lose control there. Yeah, losing is keeping, you check that. But she really manages her speed super well.
Absolutely. This piece, this couloir looks like a piece now. It's been very, very tracked. But yeah, Ellie just managing perfectly. Hurling all right. And this is a very clean run that we've just seen from Eliot.
That's very clean on, and given the fact that Zoe Del Sopa sits in first with 80 and Kelly Perton in second with 63, she can be sure of a podium run for now. We'll see if it's enough to challenge Zoe Del Sopa's 80 points, but it was super clean, top to bottom, tons of jumps, and all the control needed to stay on her feet in that crucial lower part of the face.
All right. Yeah, this is a nice smile on Ellie's face. I feel like she's done what she wanted to do today. Definitely, yeah, holding on because, yeah, remember, this is 680 meters. And that is a really, really long run. I don't know exactly how many seconds, but it would be very interesting to know.
I wonder why the runs are still timed. In the judging rulebook, it still says that runs are timed, and in case of a tie, the time a rider needs for his run could still be used as a splitter. But I've never heard of this rule being actually used. You neither?
Me neither.
Okay.
I've only seen it to make records.
I don't really like sports that are all about time, ski racing or
and it
Formula
is
One racing.
65.67 points for Ellie Olsen.
Which is exactly 2 points ahead of Kelly Perton, putting her in second place for now.
All right, Eva Batola.
And that's going
La
to...
Suissesse de Verbier qui s'élance first. A big drop out there from the start gate.
Only 5
Are
riders up.
you kidding me?
What happened?
No! It looks like a shark literally just caught Eva's ski on her first turn.
Eva, one of the most consistent riders, a third, a second, a fifth, her last 3 results. And she is grumpy and she has a right to be. I don't think she did anything wrong there.
No, definitely not. Like, oh, both of her skis. Both of her skis staying in that... Is that a rock? Yes,
So
it looks
the
like it.
Kitzsteinhorn showing its evil side of a battler by pushing sharks out to the beautiful snowy surface and
Yeah. Oh,
eating
yeah,
up
wow.
both
She
her skis.
literally
Yeah.
left both of her skis. Oh, insane! All right, well, yeah, the ski women category is not not being
Wow, let me count this. We have
very welcomed on this face. I was so looking forward to look at Eva's run today. She is so solid. Oh
we
my
have
God.
10 skier goes down and only 3 managed to put a clean run down, with Zoe Del Sopa's run being a total standout. But once again, that's not because the girls ski bad, because none of them were just ripping.
Absolutely,
Let's
that
look
is
at the
incredible.
backflips of Elisabeth Marina and Eva Batola. Just really great action, riding at the limit of what's possible, and sometimes a tiny bit above.
Definitely. Eva retrieving her skis at there. Eva's got like, oh, I love when she backflips in 360s, and now she's got her flat threes since the beginning of the season, and yeah, she can really do it all. And then talk to her about like pointing it straight down the line, and oh, she'll be the happiest kid.
And it's so hard when something like that happens at such an early stage of the run. You know, you've come here, you've spent days, spent countless hours preparing the run, every little detail, the takeoff angles, and then you lose your skis like 5 seconds into your run. Yeah.
So frustrating, but you know what? Yeah, we're worth better than that, and it's only that pushes you to live in the present. You can't really travel all the way to Austria for this 1 minute of comp. You've got to make the most of all of the trip and of the friends and of the people you're going to meet on the way. That's, yeah, it's got to be about everything.
I like the way you said it. It pushes you to live in the present. Exactly, yeah. But as a contest rider, you want to live, you know, until the moment you cross the finish line. You don't want to just be alive there, but you just want to do well until there.
Yeah, you definitely win if you've done the line that you wanted to do. And honestly, like being taken by such an unlucky hazardous rock or something in the mountain is pretty sad.
Who is the woman in the white shirt?
Clémence Philippard.
She is preparing
moving
for a backflip.
Oh, yeah, she is. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Did you see her? Hips forward.
Absolutely.
So
well, Clémence, we are counting on you, and Clémence is the next rider.
Also, she very consistent. 4.429 her results in the last challenges. She wants to erase that 9th place and do a top run. But first we have to wait for Eva cruising down. And then we are ready for the last 4 skier goals, equal to the last 4 competitors on today's 2025 FWT World Tour Challenger by Orage at the beautiful Kitzsteinhorn, See-Kaprun area.
Absolutely, and we definitely have some backflippers out there. We've got some
oh yeah,
360ers, Lou Barons coming from freestyle skiing as well. So
yeah, also Mona Falkner might show us 1 or 2 360s, so we're in for some great action for the last 4 skier goals. Eva,
nice.
sorry once more. Well, Austria might still be worth the trip for you. Next comp in a few days in Obertown. Good luck for that.
Absolutely. Clémence Philippard, 21 ans, de la Friski. Et c'est parti. On veut des backflips. All right, and she is getting ready. Clémence is teaching skiing in Les Arcs earlier in the winter before she actually hops on the comps. And yeah, it's going to be real nice, really badass to have a ski instructor like her.
For sure, yeah.
Big up to Chloé Roumollard qui nous écoute et Nicolo. Ça fait plaisir d'avoir du support comme vous sur tous les challengers.
She says her idol is Jules. Who is Jules without an E?
Oh, Jewel.
Jules?
If this is her idol, this is a famous French singer.
Oh.
I don't even call it singer.
So it has
rapper.
nothing to do with skiing, really.
That is not skiing.
Okay.
Nah. If she's a Jewel lady, yeah, could be it. Although, I wonder who who has filled in her little rider info thing.
True.
Her favorite trick.
Do you ever sing while you're skiing?
Sing, yes. Oh yeah, and she's down.
Of course.
Clémence Philippard, yes, and she is fast. All right,
Bomb.
nice.
That looks like a
Pezet.
new record for that air.
Absolutely.
Also taking a lot of speed to the wind lip.
All right. Well, the backflip's not happening on the wind lip. I had a dab for a while.
Nah, that's too sideways, I think. It's really hard
That could
to
be.
go over it sideways, but there's more options down below. I'm just going to choose one of those. Here's air number 3. Well, that's the mandatory top part. Really nice.
Definitely.
But
She is linking those kickers like very, very nicely though.
So there she slows down a bit. Looks like she's focusing on something. Unfortunately, getting the angle right at the takeoff, and the left ski lands on a rock, taking it right off.
All right, and she is all good, Clémence Philippard. That is so unfortunate. I can't believe she landed on rocks out there. Wow, what a weird move. Yeah, I guess she was not in the right angle. We're going to see it in a few seconds on the replay. I can't believe what's going on in this face. This is, we're going to change karma. Somebody do something.
Well, in this case, I must have to say it was her mistake. She took the jump and the takeoff angle was simply wrong. She would either have had to go more skiers left or skiers right, but she pretty much landed right on the rock.
Absolutely. Well, what a shame, because this is leaving us with only 3 riders on the ski women category today for this 5th challenger in Kitzsteinhorn.
And then I hope the girls up there are aware that at the moment it takes only 64 points to make a podium run, or 53 points for a 4th place. So I wonder if the 3 girls who are left up there, Colin Parnay from Switzerland, Mona Falkner from Austria, the wildcard in their first ever challenger comp, and Lou Barin, current leader of the pack, are going to switch to a tactical riding, or if they're still going to go all in.
Yeah, they're definitely going to get some news from what is going on.
But it's really hard to adapt your tactics once up there, because you go up with a certain tactic to the start gate, and you want to do that. And then with a high bib, of course, things can change, and your coach might advise you to do something different, but it's really hard to adapt it. You were going for the backflip, now what do you do? Not do it. You were going for the 3, what are you going to do? Not do it. You were going to go for the crazy bottom part, big cliff, what are you going to do? Right around it. It's really hard to adapt a run to changing conditions, or like we have today, a lot of riders that have had not so good scores.
That's very true. A lot of the riders usually have an option A and an option B in their mind when they actually stand in the start gate. And, well, the earliest you take the decision, the easiest it makes it, because then you just stick to the plan.
Yeah, just that this year's snow conditions do not allow for as many lines as in other years. So it's definitely more of a challenge this year to adapt to a line B or C.
All right, we can see the judging team taking a little break as Clémence is retrieving her skis and going to wall down. Oh, the girls are watching her probably just as bummed because even though, you know what, like Zoe might think that, well, fine, I'm staying in the hot spot, but at the same time, nah, all you want to see is girls ripping.
Exactly, yeah. Well, and they are ripping. They're just, all of them are showing amazing performances, but just got taken down by the challenging conditions on the Kitzsteinhorn. Like, we've seen back flips, we've seen threes, we've seen big jumps, we've seen them go fast. And
you're absolutely
really tough
ripping.
one, yeah.
All right,
And
there's Colleen out there who's getting ready, 22 years old. All right. This is Colleen's first year on the Challengers. Oh yeah, and she's flying down. It looks like she did found a really nice powder landing. Nice. She is grabbing the tail of her skis while jumping the little lip. Coach David might be watching us, so yeah, massive thanks for support.
yeah, following the almost mandatory skier girls line so far, but with a lot of control.
Absolutely, yeah. So that's the tricky zone of the top bit.
That's the air that took Clémence, and it's taking out Colleen as well.
Oh,
She
no
still
way.
has her skis on, but
Yeah, she does. And honestly, Colleen, you should keep riding
of course,
because
Well,
you're still quite.
Ulla Gio sits in 4th place with 52 points. So she has her skis on. If she still collects a couple of points, she might still end up in 4th place.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
there's only 2 more girls right after her. But I'm sure she knows that, and she keeps on riding.
Yeah, she's got to.
Obviously, it's mentally tricky to refocus, but now she has to show that she is strong, not only in her legs, but also mentally.
Absolutely. Well, and she has chosen the gnarly couloir. All right, nice hop in it there. Yes, braking into the sunny side.
And maybe it helps her that she's probably a little bit less pushy than she would have been without a mistake in the middle part. So she goes a little slower, which
She
is
may be chilling,
exactly what... Yeah, but it's cool to go slower in the lower part. So many riders who came in with too much determination failed.
Absolutely. Very nice jump out there. Or you're getting a little stuck because the landing is actually counter-sloping. Yeah, she might have lost a bit of faith from up there. And still, that was pretty...
Oh!
Oof.
Oh, just inside of the finish line, a little hump gets her off her feet and sends her into a counter slope. But as these skis are still on.
Yeah, they are. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I'm sure if she had been in the mindset as she was in the beginning and really to actually like really devour this phase, that would not have happened. But yeah, she might have been a little taken down by the events and their circumstances, but we're very, very looking forward to see more Colleen riding very soon. Yeah, check out the style out there out of the lip, and then so she did come in a little front punch, and then she could get it together, and then unfortunately got sent sideways. Because the quality of the snow was terrible, and then the bottom hit was she could have probably avoided. She made it. Yeah, out there with the gang, with the sad gang that tried everything.
Yeah,
and
but they
that
all need together, right?
Yeah.
Today.
Oh, man.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back up to the start, and this is now Austria represent this year's event wildcard, Mona Falkner, 28 years of age. She was on the brink of qualifying for these events a couple of years ago, and she had the worst crash. She's riding with one kidney only. And then as she recovered from that big crash, she tore an ACL. So she was out for multiple years, and she's back now, and she has won 2 out of the last 3 events that she's competed at. And she's super excited.
So pumped. Yes, Mona Falkner just booming in the face.
And you just see it as she leaves. She's ace gear, just enjoys the powder a bit. She says her hero is Arvid Gustafson, who actually gave her a pair of skis a couple of years ago. And yeah, she has the same style. She loves the same cutbacks. And she's actually quite a good freestyle as well. So let's see what she's going to show us here.
Was that a front flip straight away? Oh, the way
No,
she's
is that a ski
looking.
gun?
Yeah.
Nah. Another one victim to the shock of the Kitzsteinhorn.
I can't believe what's going on in the women's
Me neither.
skiing category today. I think we need to run again tomorrow.
That is a very good approach. Yeah, I think we just should.
There's much more
What?
to show than this, honestly.
So they wanted to give the replay, which didn't come. What happened there? Ah.
All right, well.
So this was starter number 13 in the girls skiing category, and we have 3 goals down without a major mistake. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 no scores.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. And the room between first and second is huge. There's like 15 points different.
All right, Mona did retrieve her ski. It'll be a no score. We'll see if she's going to continue her run as planned for a bit of fun riding. There's only one more ride after her, so she doesn't have to be worried about making too many tracks or anything. But she'll be, of course, bummed out. Let's see, what was it? Can't really see.
It looked like she did front punch, and during the front punch, one of her ski popped out. All right, and she is coming out. Bouncing in the middle of all of those little hills out there. Mona Falkner, oh, she's been showcasing really, really good tricks and powder shredding from earlier this season. I was really, really looking forward to look at her. But this is only, I mean, could be the beginning, and very looking forward to see her on more qualifiers later on.
Yeah, definitely a promise for the future, and a very, very solid skier, and she has all it takes to be successful at those events.
Yeah, check this out.
Wow.
She's coming to enjoy the pow out there.
Yeah, well.
On the nose, and yeah, she's definitely succeeding.
Wow, nice big splash. Looks like she is kind of continuing her run despite the fact that she, you know, is going to get a no score.
Yeah, check out how hard she sends in the snow over the rocks. That is looking good.
Making the most of it, even though that's not going to be a score, but it's going to be a showcase of her skiing for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, what a badass. All right, well, last but not least, I guess our last chance for today's show is Lou Barin. And what a chance!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the leader of the FWT Challenger Tour by Orage so far. Lou Barin with 2 first and the 3rd place, dominating the tour so far. But she still has a 5th place that she wants to get rid of from the event in Nonda.
Absolutely. Yes, let's go. Lou Barin's got such a big bag of tricks out there. And yeah, she's been training hard. Yeah, having so much fun training with her brother Cesar as well. Yeah, and she's going for her first hit. Nice.
So this is now pretty much Zoe Del Soppo versus Lou Barin. Or is it Kitzsteinhorn versus Lou Barin? I'm not sure.
Let's see, because she is going for something very different. It's she. Coming around closer to the cliffs.
Nice variation of the top line as she's kind of entering this area that we saw a lot of skier girls take. No mistakes yet, no sharks that did eat your skis. Just Lou, stay on your feet and defy all the threats on the way down.
Absolutely. All right.
You can definitely tell it's a bit of a tactical run We know that Leroux is also known for aggressive and super fast skiing. She's definitely pulling back a bit, knowing that all she needs to do is put an okay run down with a potential 66 points. She'd be in second place.
Very nice job. Lou's been competing in Pyeongchang in 2018 in the Olympic Games. And after 10 years of freestyling, it's so nice to see her in the big mountains, honestly. All right, and yes, she's grabbing all of the points that she can on this face.
Livestream, they also entering the Nali Couloir. So many people were taken down in this area today. Can Lou Barin stay on the feet? It looks very good, looks very controlled.
Absolutely, it looks very tiring as well. Going through the snow, yeah, poor quality now. But yeah, Lou is aiming for it. She knows that all she's got to do is stay on her feet from now on, and yeah, hopefully.
That's what she'll manage to do. Nice air into the lower part.
Okay.
Couple more turns, and she can call it a wrap.
Yeah, just stay focused up to the bottom. Yeah, and she's going for it.
Are we going to see a last grass ride?
Very good, and still some very fun part out there, just jumping over the grass. And Lou Barin, yes, putting down a run. One more in the ladies' field, and well, this is definitely a threat for the podium. We're gonna see her pop up.
Definitely threat for the podium. I don't think it's going to challenge the 80 points that Zoe Deloppa managed to grab, but Ellie Olsen and Kelly Porton are definitely anxiously awaiting the score of our last ride of the day, Lou Barin.
Absolutely.
63.66, 67 is what she needs for a podium.
Yeah, totally. And honestly, yeah, if she's being strategic, why would you go and send a backflip or try to trick in a place that has taken all of your friends down?
But the interesting thing is that, you know, those riders were taken down by such a variation of factors. Sharks going for big backflip of 360s, losing control in the steep and gnarly part of the face.
Absolutely. Well, there's quite a bit of room out there for her to pop in the top 3. So we'll see if that was enough. She definitely, yeah, took it easy. You could see her like almost stopping at the top of the entrance of the main floor and making sure that she could land this, which was the way to do it. So let's see what the judges had thought about it. They might have been so disappointed, just like us, about the few last runs, and because they really all they want to see is some pretty riding. So really, we are about to wrap up those Challenger series. It's been wow. It's been it's been quite a trip to Kitzsteinhorn.
Challenger overall standing.
And this is the overview of Kitzsteinhorn out there. Yeah, there's so many lifts around, beautiful slopes everywhere. We're just above the Zell Sea. I'm really looking forward to go and jump in that lake, actually. It looks absolutely spectacular.
Oh yes, so can Lou Barin, yes she can jump on the podium with a 65.33. Her tactical riding paid off. How amazing is that? But Lou Barin, another podium. Yeah, 5 events and 4 podiums for the young French girl. Wow.
Alrighty. Absolutely. So very good. I don't know what to say, Flo. I was so pumped, and incredible things have happened earlier today. Beautiful riding. We've had some full ascent, and then that's the final.
And that's our final ranking. Zoe Deloppa taking it home for France with 80 points. Ellie Olsen in second with 64.67. Look how close it is. Lou Barin in 4th place with 65.33. Her 4th podium this season. Wow. Kelly Porto in 4th and Ulla Gio from Austria in 5th. One of the most intense girl competition in freeride skiing in a long time. Like, they've been giving it all they had, but the Kitzsteinhorn was brutal by taking many of them down.
Absolutely brutal. I cannot believe how many no scores we have today, and from really those incredible riders.
Okay, one more time before we wrap up today's event. Snowboard man category saw an amazing run by Eliot Dänzer, taking it home ahead of Cesar Barin. His sister just got second, so another 2 podiums for the Barin family, and Sacha Balicco from France in 3rd place. If you're wondering, the mountain in the background is actually the top of the Kitzsteinhorn. You can see the top station in the lower right of the picture, and it's a really nice hike/climb up to the top.
In the snowboard categories, this is Selina Weber getting to the 1st place, followed very shortly by Sarah Bacher, Bryony Johnson, Tief Perotin in 4th place, and Mikaela Hollsten is still around here in the 5th place.
Super close results. The first top 6 riders in the snowboard girls field within 6 points. The ski boys, ski man category, a solid victory by Fynn Powell. Congratulations, give it up for New Zealand.
Absolutely, followed by Victor Hale-Woods, very, very consistent riding this season. Ugo Troubat coming back to the top out here in Kitzsteinhorn.
And also here very tight, 8 riders within, 10 riders within 8 points. Hardly ever seen a ski competition in freeride where it was so close. And last but not least, there were the skier girls. We just saw the results before. Not sure we're going to see them one more time before we wrap it up for the day.
Very nice. And yeah, they are getting together. Zoe and Lou out there were missing. Ellie Olsen in the 2nd place.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was it. That was the 2025 FWT World Tour Challenger by Orage at the beautiful Kitzsteinhorn, See-Kaprun area. An amazing action, and it's only 1 p.m., so plenty of time for everyone for upper ski. And we look forward to the next competition on this weekend. Where are we going?
Absolutely. Well, we're going, oh, this is us. We're going to Obertauern, and it could start as soon as on Friday.
Okay, well, we hope you enjoyed the show. Stay tuned. And one last FWT competition this weekend in Austria. We hope to see you there. Bye-bye from the beautiful Kitzsteinhorn.
Keep riding.